9:40, we'll come back in, or you can just grab your tea, coffee, and juice and come back inside, and we will take Wamkele first. Please bear with us as we make some of these rearrangements. I thank you so very much for your understanding. Thank you. Ushers, please direct them to where the tea, coffee, and juice is, please. Thank you.
Sometimes it gets tiring. Life's a jungle, so I guess I'm Tarzan. Cause the truth is I'm hanging. Yeah. Ooh. Can you hear me howling? Lord, I know you are out there. Cause it they look like fame. See how everybody I just they on me. Yeah. Ooh. Time's on the jet now. Cause see how it's flying. But now God be the pilot. So me I go trust God's timing. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor, yeah. On my work and I do different. The seat never leave fair. After any season, career just they start now. Man's at his sweet end, working all weekend, even working weekend. Music on a boat, but no water cause nobody wants streaming. Think I just they drink me, cause when they hustle one weekend. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You only shall I eat, but I'm on my way. My labor, I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. Explain now, explain now.
Oh, G, you know we do.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets tiring. Life's a jungle, so I guess I'm Tarzan. Cause the truth is I'm hanging. Yeah. Ooh. Can you hear me howling? Lord, I know you are out there. Cause it they look like fame. See as everybody I just they on me. Yeah. Ooh. Time's on the jet now. Cause see how it's flying. But now God be the pilot. So me I go trust God's timing. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor, yeah. On my work and I do different. The seat never leave fair. After any season, career just they start now. Man's at his sweet end, working all weekend, even working weekend. Music on the boat, but no water cause nobody wants streaming. Think I just they drink me, cause when they hustle one weekend. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You shall I? But I'm on my way. Ooh. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You shall I? But I'm on my way. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. Explain now, explain now.
Oh, G, you know we do.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets tiring. Life's a jungle, so I guess I'm Tarzan. Cause the truth is I'm hanging. Yeah. Ooh. Can you hear me howling? Lord, I know you are out there. Cause it they look like fame. See as everybody I just they on me. Yeah. Ooh. Time's on the jet now. Cause see how it's flying. But now God be the pilot. So me I go trust God's timing. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor, yeah. On my work and I do different. The seat never leave fair. After any season, career just they start now. Man's at his sweet end, working all weekend, even working weekend. Music on the boat, but no water cause nobody wants streaming. Think I just they drink me, cause when they hustle one weekend. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You shall I? But I'm on my way. Ooh. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You shall I? But I'm on my way. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. Explain now, explain now.
Oh, G, you know we do.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets tiring. Life's a jungle, so I guess I'm Tarzan. Cause the truth is I'm hanging. Yeah. Ooh. Can you hear me howling? Lord, I know you are out there. Cause it they look like fame. See as everybody I just they on me. Yeah. Ooh. Time's on the jet now. Cause see how it's flying. But now God be the pilot. So me I go trust God's timing. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor, yeah. On my work and I do different. The seat never leave fair. After any season, career just they start now. Man's at his sweet end, working all weekend, even working weekend. Music on the boat, but no water cause nobody wants streaming. Think I just they drink me, cause when the hustle one weekend. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. Shall I eat? I'm on my way. Ooh. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. Shall I eat? But I'm on my way. Ooh. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor.
G, you know we do.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets tiring. Life's a jungle, so I guess I'm Tarzan. Cause the truth is I'm hanging. Yeah. Ooh. Can you hear me howling? Lord, I know you are out there. Cause it they look like fame. See as everybody I just they on me. Yeah. Ooh. Time's on the jet now. Cause see how it's flying. But now God be the pilot. So me I go trust God's timing. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor, yeah. On my work and I do different. The seat never leave fair. After any season, career just they start now. Man's at his sweet end, working all weekend, even working weekend. Music on the boat, but no water cause nobody wants streaming. Think I just they drink me, cause when the hustle one weekend. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. Shall I eat? I'm on my way. Ooh. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. Shall I eat? But I'm on my way. Ooh. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor.
G, you know we do.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets tiring. Life's a jungle, so I guess I'm Tarzan. Cause the truth is I'm hanging. Yeah. Ooh. Can you hear me howling? Lord, I know you are out there. Cause it they look like fame. See as everybody I just they on me. on a jet now. Cause see how it's flying. But I got be the pilot, so me I go trust God's timing. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. I want make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor, yeah. On my work and I do different. The seat never leave fair. After any season, career just they start now. Man's at his sweet end, working all weekend, even working weekend. Music on the boat, but no water cause nobody wants streaming. Make I just they drink me, cause when the hustle one weekend. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You shalaye, but I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. You shalaye, but I'm on my way. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. I won't make it touch my hand. The fruit of my labor. It's me now.
Yes. Is he online now? He's coming online. No, just not ready.
when you speak, we can then hear them speak. And we have unmuted from our side. Let them speak. Hey, hello? Hello? Can you hear us, please?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you, please. Can you hear me? Just call them. Call them. Can you hear us? Okay, for example, the video.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Your video cannot start because it is disabled by the host. Everything is disabled. It's disabled by the host. The video cannot start because the channel is disabled by the host. It's not in the week of the good one. When you put out, you understand that it's not okay. You send them that message? Yes, sir.
Your Excellency, good morning. Can you hear us now?
Send them this one also. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And welcome to the Africa Business Convention. Can you hear us very well?
I can hear you very well, but it keeps telling me that the host is not allowing me to turn on the video and is not allowing me to unmute. That's the message I get on the screen.
Okay. Well, so sorry about these technology issues. I think since we can hear you very well, we have the audience and they can hear you very well. We might as well just take the audio if you don't mind, sir.
Okay, that's fine. We can continue with just audio. I'm in your hands.
Yes, thank you so very much. Last week, 2 weeks ago, you were in Davos. I believe you went to Davos to share some of the progress you have made regarding the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And for some people in Africa, it appears as if that progress is slow. Do you want to take us through this? What progress are we seeing? What are the unique things that you are seeing in relation to boosting intra-Africa trade today?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and I really wished I was able to join you in person. However, by the time we received the invitation for this important event, we had already committed elsewhere. So I apologize.
Thank you, sir,
for not being able to join you in person. We didn't go to Davos to explain to the international community or to give them an update on progress. We actually went there to identify specific investment opportunities which are quite advanced, and in due course we will be able to make an announcement of those investments, which will follow on to investment drives that we undertook 2 years ago at WEF that resulted in expansion of investments across our continent. We are now in the mode of implementation of the AFCFTA. There are 50 countries that have ratified the agreement. In 2024, according to the Afreximbank's Intra-Africa Trade Report, we recorded $220 billion worth of intra-Africa trade. We are seeing more and more countries take advantage of the AFCFTA. I should point out that the trade is not done by governments. It is the private sector. It's the private sector that should drive regional or indeed continental trade. The $220 billion that I mentioned was driven by the private sector, our SMEs in particular, that make up over 60% of Africa's GDP. The second point I would make in relation to that is, of course, we continue to have challenges. However, we see countries taking the lead, and your Minister of Trade is one of those, Minister Oduwole, who has been very, very aggressive in ensuring that the Nigerian private sector benefits from the AFCFTA, whether it's the digital economy or the manufacturing sector. And the result of that is the fact that, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, Africa is now Nigeria's largest export destination over the last year and a half. So whilst I understand the sense of urgency, it is the private sector that drives a regional or continental trade. It's not governments. Governments have a limited role to play. They negotiated the agreement. They established the regulatory framework. Now the private sector has to take advantage of this. The final point I would make in this regard is we have to look at trade agreements with realism and realistic eyes. It took, by way of an example, it took AGOA beneficiaries almost 10 years to see real market access into the US market under that arrangement. And AGOA was not a trade agreement. AGOA was a preferential arrangement. In other words, a handout, if you wish. It is less complicated. It was less difficult to negotiate. Here we have a trade agreement amongst 50 countries that covers, that is comprehensive, covers very, very technical areas, the digital economy, investment rules, competition policy. All of these things take time to negotiate. But the lesson we learned from AGOA is that even when you have a trade arrangement in place, if you do not have supply chain networks, if the logistics, transport and logistics network are not enabling the private sector to move fast enough, if you have infrastructure deficit, all of these challenges contribute to how quickly you are able to increase intra-regional trade. But having explained that, I should say that given the history of trade agreements and how long it takes for them to come to fruition, I think that we should be a little bit more patient. It is only year 6 since the establishment of the AFCFTA, and we are up against, we have to dismantle as a continent. We have the challenge of dismantling almost 70 years of fragmentation in trade and Africa's economy. We will not achieve that overnight.
Your Excellency, thank you so very much for that wonderful insight into how the intra-Africa trade is growing. I think one of the things that the audience will be very interested in this morning is what is the outlook that you have over the next 3 to 5 years of what the kind of progress you want or the kind of growth you want after to make. I'm not necessarily talking in terms of the trade numbers itself, but in terms of the policy growth or in terms of ratifications, in terms of deepening the intra-Africa trade market? What are the things that your member countries, you are expecting them to do over the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we are now in the mode of transitioning from negotiations to implementation. So the expectation is that governments will move and accelerate the domestication of what we call domestication of the legal instrument of the AFCFTA. So we expect that governments will move very fast in their national parliaments to enable their national parliaments to pass the local legislation for trade to happen. To give you an example, Nigeria is the first country to ratify the protocol on digital trade because Nigeria fully understands, as the leading country in the digital economy, fully understands the need for local laws to be aligned with the AFCFTA. By way of example, this is what we are expecting governments to do, not just in the area of the digital economy, but in other areas also. I think the lessons I've learned over the last 25 years or so is that most trade agreements fail the private sector as of the lack of follow-through after the trade agreement enters into force. So, for example, what we should be focusing on over the next 3 to 5 years, working with Afreximbank, working with AFDB to establish those supply chain networks for the private sector to be able to take advantage of this market. If there are no supply chain networks, it does not matter how well drafted the trade agreement is. But if milk from Uganda cannot move seamlessly to Nigeria, the trade agreement will not succeed. If we continue to see beef being imported into the African continent by some African countries, only because the supply chain network is easier between New Zealand and an African country, the AFCFTA shall not work. So establishing these supply chain networks is absolutely vital for us to achieve the results that we want to see. Second, we have to focus on mobilizing trade finance. The cost of trade finance continues to be high. This is prohibitive to many SMEs and young people. So trade finance is a very important enabler of market access, particularly for SMEs that are led by young people. So we are in discussions with our commercial banks, with our development finance institutions to raise awareness about the need to reduce the cost of trade finance, particularly for SMEs. Third is improving market knowledge and connectivity digital connectivity of our markets. We have to leverage on technology to enable a business in Malawi to connect with a business in Egypt without having necessarily to get on a plane. So establishing a digital marketplace that will be supported by blockchain technology, know your customer features, as well as having the right market information about the country that the SME or the big company wishes to export to. These are critical concrete steps that we have to take. Now that the negotiations are concluded, it is time for the rubber to hit the road and for us to focus on concrete actions that will improve market access for millions and millions of SMEs across the African continent.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. One final question from us here before you leave, sir. I read there was the notion, or I don't know if that notion still exists, that the large economies on the continent, economies such as South Africa, where you're from, Nigeria, Egypt, and one or two others, that they sometimes stall on some of the implementation because they feel the small countries are probably better and able to move very quickly on intra-Africa trade, and they don't want to lose out. Do you want to quickly comment on that?
Well, first, let me just say that my passport is an African Union passport. I am no longer South African.
Okay.
I am
I like
African.
that.
My blood is African Union.
Yes.
What we have observed is that big countries and small countries,
Okay.
there are sectors of their economy which the countries want to protect, and understandably so.
Okay.
And they then move much slower in opening that particular sector as a result of the weaknesses in that sector. Let me give you an example. In textiles and clothing, there are countries that are very successful in textiles and clothing that are exporting vast amounts. So, for example, Lesotho is very competitive in textiles and clothing and garments, and export almost $280 million worth of garments to the US under AGOA when it still existed. That is a relatively small country, but very, very competitive in a particular sector. You have, by contrast, bigger countries that have a garment industry that is no longer competitive, in some senses that has collapsed. Now, that country instinctively will take steps to try to protect the industry from collapsing. So I think we saw this, by the way, when the European Union was negotiating the European Union as we know it now almost 60 years ago. That's why we saw the European Coal and Steel Pact. Only 7 countries, started with 7 countries, and those are the countries that were competitive at that time in coal and steel. So I'm not surprised that there are countries, big and small, that will move slow in some sectors of their economy because of the nature of the lack of competitiveness of that particular sector. Now, the next question may be, well, why is the government protecting an uncompetitive sector? And that's a domestic question that I wouldn't want to go into. It's a domestic political economy question. But from the point of view of negotiations, this is a phenomenon that we've seen around the world. However, I will say this, and I will end on this note because I know you're pressed for time. I will say this, even in those areas that were very difficult and complex to negotiate because of this political economy question, we have made progress. For example, rules of origin on the automotive sector, it took us 5 years to agree because of these macroeconomic policy tensions that I referred to, but eventually there was agreement, and also we have agreement on textiles and clothing. So it is very, very complex, attempting to integrate 50 economies and to have more or less a harmonized trade policy is very, very difficult because of the differentials in levels of industrial development, export capacity development. All of these things impact on our ability to reach consensus either quickly or much, much slower than usual. But I am encouraged that we have reached consensus in all of the areas that were very, very difficult to achieve.
So, Your Excellency, thank you so very much. My summary takeaway from this conversation is that progress may be slow, but we are beginning to see convergence in Africa economies. I thank you so very much for your time this morning. And I look forward to coming to Ghana sometime, hopefully later this year. And hopefully we'll find time to talk more about trade. I really, really appreciate your time. Africa Business Convention thanks you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, have a great
Thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are most welcome to Accra. You should just be aware that we serve Ghanaian jollof rice.
So I will not be allowed to bring mine, to bring Nigerian jollof rice. Thank you so
export restrictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Please let's give him a round of applause. Yeah. So I think I will just hand over to the MC, and we're going to run very quickly now, especially because I always say this when I hold conferences or even just any meeting. When people come late or when there are technological problems, we should not penalize those that came early. The speakers that were supposed to speak 9 o'clock actually came 9 o'clock. So we'll quickly take the speakers and we'll take them very, very quickly. I will now take them in the order that I have here. We don't have Ugodre here, so that's fine. So we don't have it. Do we have Modukwe Hodele? Oh, okay. Pleasure. Sorry, I've not met you before. Apologies. Yeah. So we have Modukwe. Do we have Moyiwa? Moyiwa. Okay, fantastic. And we have, of course, we have Lillian here. So I'm just going to take the three of you. If you don't mind, can I take the three of you at the same time? Is that okay? Please. You're welcome. It's my plan. Please, let's give them a round of applause. So we have on the panel here, it wasn't meant to be a panel. Yes, I must be honest, it wasn't meant to be a panel, it's meant to be a fireside chat. But all the same, we will achieve the same objective through this panel. So let me just quickly say, on my far right, we have Muyiwa Matuluko, CEO of Business Front. When I begin to ask the question, you will understand why I call this group of people thinkers, because at Africa Business Convention, we thoroughly enjoy the work that you do. You may not know, but we really, really do enjoy the work that you do. And we have Lillian Olubi, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Good Lilies Global Services and the producer of Osamide. And we have... on my immediate right here, we have Modukwe Odele, who is the managing partner of Vaze Lega. But we won't be talking about law.
Yeah, very interesting.
Interesting, yes. So let me start with you. Okay, no, let me the essence of this particular session is just to ask what growth means to them. And when
Recording in progress.
When I give my opening speech later, I will try and give some understanding of where Africa Business Convention is coming from, where we are and where we're going to. Then you understand why we have sessions like this. So Modukwe, what does growth mean to you today? Because I learned that when you go from one Africa country to the other, you've been having some challenges. So what will growth mean to you?
I was listening to the Honorable Secretary when he was speaking about AFTA and logistical challenges, and then he was talking about how, trade is people, right? That governments actually would help to create the enabling environment, but the trade itself has to happen through people. And growth for me means that when we're thinking about Africa as a harmonized market, right? The average person on the street doesn't need to know anything about the economic language of it. They just know that if I take my shea butter in Lagos, I can sell it in Bobo Dioulasso in, Burkina Faso without any hassle. I can get paid, right? I can receive my money. If at some point I want to see my supplier in Bamako, I can decide to hop on a bus, on a nice bus, and go to Bamako, and then I can pick up my supply of whatever I want to pick up. So growth to me is when those frictions are so minimalized that the average person on the street doesn't need the economic language. He doesn't need to listen to the after committee on what free trade means. He sees it day to day, or she sees it day to day. That's my bias. So for me, that's exactly what it is. So when I travel across the continent, and I did spend about 2 months for a trip that was supposed to take 2 weeks. And when that trip happened, one of the critical issues was just trying to figure out how to move from one place to another. On the map, we are, we're connected. But when you now want to move between your neighbors, you begin to see the friction points. So again, growth for me is when the ordinary person on a day-to-day can move across the continent with no hassle.
Thank you so very much. Before I move to Lillian, how many of you have watched the movie Osamede? Please, people are following my hand. How many people have watched the movie? But okay, how many of you have heard of the movie Osamede? Okay, thank you so much. Now, just for sake of knowledge, this wasn't what Lillian was doing 5 years ago. 2 years ago. Wasn't what Lillian was doing 2 years ago. Why I'm fascinated is how somebody with tremendous successful career in capital market has now moved to movie and now producing excellent movies, and actually with very excellent review of our first movie. So, Lillian, please take us through that transition and talk us through what growth will mean for you. Or what it has meant for you through the producing of Osamede.
Thank you very much, Ogo. Thank you, everyone. It's many things. And so, as you have mentioned, I was in capital markets for the past 25 years of my career, equity capital markets in particular. And I guess in that phase, growth was business. It was hard infrastructure. It was many layers of sectors. In 2018, I had the idea that I believe, literally was a gift from God of a story. And that fueled my passion. I guess like many of us, we've always had, we're in one place and we're passionate about something else. And I've always been passionate about stories. I've always identified as a storyteller, even though I was doing finance. And in this gift of this story, I decided to put it to the plow and started as a stage play in 2019, 2020, 2021, over the years. And I was doing that while I was with my day job, but last year, in January, decided to resign and fully focus on this passion and interest of telling stories. And in this space, I guess it was very easy to see that you can transfer skill sets, that literally building in this sector all the things that are needed. First of all, before I even talk about that, is that for me now, of course, growth means Africa. Growth means culture and identity. That there's many things about the soft power of the entertainment sector that is so important. And when we call it soft, we often think that it's secondary. But I now see sort of firsthand the economic impact of this sector of our economy. First of all, that because we're innately gifted, it's like a natural resource that Africans are just innately gifted as storytellers. And when you see the raw base of the audience and what that does apart from the very obvious things of the advantage of the growth and job empowerment and all of that, but it's also the secondary effect of the influence of the messaging of stories and how it affects many other things, especially as perception, and how this also affects trade in many ways. And so, of course, it was seeing the vast import of the beauty of sharing our stories and seeing how much development that can happen from that. So this story, which we did in Osamede, we had the opportunity of premiering at the Cannes Film Festival in France. This was, as a first-time filmmaker, it was quite a big deal. Subsequently had the opportunity to premiere, to showcase in Silicon Valley African Film Festival, where we won best narrative feature. And then we also premiered at, we also showed at Films from the South in Norway. It's one of the biggest film festivals in the Scandinavian region. And the feedback from the international community has been stellar. It's a very indigenous Edo language film, but it has felt like home. And you find that the themes of our stories are so universal. And even though we had this very cultural and traditional story, you could see that over the world there was appreciation for our journey, our history, because it's about the British invasion in the Benin Kingdom in 1897. And huge appreciation for that, seeing how film can travel, seeing how it can change perception about who we are, and of course, just showcasing the beauty of the culture. And then, you know, it's another level in terms of the impact that we saw, or tangible impact to the people who worked and how that grows. So essentially, I see growth now slightly differently from the power, the softer power, as we like to call it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lillian. Let me now come to Muyiwa. So when I first read Muyiwa, I was like, wow, this is somebody that is doing something I would love to do. I always appreciate people that do things I would love to do, especially when I've not done it. Because the fact that you haven't done it means that it's not easy. So if the person has done it, it means that, you give kudos to him. For those of you that don't know Muyiwa, on his LinkedIn platform, Muyiwa talks about businesses that are over 50 years old. So I don't know where you get your inspiration, but when you have somebody that is able to research businesses that are over 50 years old, there are things that the person is trying to get across. And as somebody said, failure is predictable, success is also predictable. So if you read Muyiwa and you want to build businesses that you want to be over 50 years old, it means that you have to follow the principles. So in 2 minutes, Muyiwa, please share, what are the ingredients? You've been looking, I don't know how many companies you have looked at, but I've read some. What are the major ingredients of companies that have lasted over 50 years?
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. We've actually looked at over 109 companies. So the idea is to chronicle all the businesses across Africa that have lasted over 50 years. And we started with Nigeria as a case study. And the reason we're doing that is because, well, I personally, and even in the world now, we're in a world where everybody's talking about growth at all costs, scale fast, exit fast, and there's so much focus on that. Meanwhile, we have businesses that have been time-tested, trusted, built legacies over the years, and they've done it very slowly, privately, usually, and we thought it was very important to chronicle these companies, right? You have the likes of First Bank, UAC, which kind of had colonial histories, but then you have the likes of Longman, which everybody knows. Longman, everybody in this room used a Longman book in school, right? And this company, this has been around for 70-something years, and they are actually publicly listed. Nobody knows they're publicly listed, I'm sure, right? So for us, what we found across these 109 companies that are over 50 years is that, first of all, sad news, they are mostly based in Lagos. So what that tells you is that infrastructure is very important. The environment you are is very important, right? So 80% of them are based in Lagos. Their headquarters are in Lagos. Maybe 7% in Abuja, which actually shocked me because I always see Abuja as more of a contractpreneur environment, but Abuja, Ogun State. So your location matters, first of all, very important. Your location matters. There's the question of policy. Okay, what can government do to make it that we have more of these companies spread across? But the data just tells you right now they're in Lagos. Then secondly, they are mostly in financial services or consumer goods. What that tells you, first of all, is that they are either holding your money or they are providing you the soap or milk. The soap toothpaste you used to shower in the morning or the milk you drink. So you talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, taking care of the basic needs of the masses, right? That is where the money is actually. It's harder, but this is where these companies have built their base, right? And the last thing we found, because there's this tendency to think that once you've IPO'd or exited, you're successful. We found that a lot of them are actually private companies. Some of them have never ever listed. About 28 of them have never listed on any stock exchange. Others are private, public went private. Some are on there's the OTC stock exchange, the OTC, which is a bit more private, a bit more, not as stringent as the Nigerian stock exchange. So they are building in private. So building in private, is very important too. Sometimes there's a tendency to think that, I think that there's as much as corporate governance is very important, I think there's a tendency to over-govern. If you get what I mean. Because we found out that some of these businesses are actually family-owned for decades, for years. So you have the likes of Aiko, owned by the Fajemi family. The current CEO is the son of Fajemi. You have the likes of the Hellenic Bottling Company, that's Nigerian bottling company that was bought by the Leventis family, largely owned by the Leventis family. So there's the major thing is time and legacy. How long have you been around? How much value are you providing? All those other things I think are secondary. So yeah, just to summarize, location matters, building privately, and also serving the masses. Very hard, but you can see the likes of MTN and Airtel, which are not in this group. They are not up to 50 years, but you can see that in the next 20 to 30 years, they will be on this list too, and you see that they are also serving the masses, telecoms and all of that.
Before I leave you, a very quick question. Did you observe any common feature in terms of transition? Because obviously the people that established that over 50 years ago are not the people running it now. Did you observe whether there was any common feature in terms of the way they have done their transition over the years?
So like I said, a majority of them are publicly listed, obviously. So transition,
yes, is documented, yes.
Yeah, exactly. But you also see some of the very strong and long-term companies are actually family-owned. They're actually family-owned. So I already gave the example of Aiko Insurance, for example, which originally was an American company. And then the Chief Fajemi actually bought it back piece by piece took ownership of it, and now is family run. So yes, definitely a large majority of them are properly structured, publicly listed, succession plans are very clear. But I'm saying it's not the only way from what we've observed, it's not the only way to have a legacy.
All right, thank you. Lillian, let me ask you, just as you said, a few years ago, you were focused on equities, trying to grow returns and earnings and all those kind of things. But now you're doing movies, which is a different thing entirely. What do you see today as the greatest constraints to your growth or the growth of your industry?
There are quite a few. It is such an important industry, but for the most part, it has winged itself. I don't know if that word is correct, but people have shangried their way into where they are today. Extremely resilient set of people who have led change in that industry, because it is a very under-resourced and under-capitalized industry. And it has lacked, for the most part, a certain kind of structure that is deserving of the growth and impact that it has on Nigeria's GDP. So what I have seen, and what was very clear to me when I came in, was that we didn't have enough formal capital that had attention to that industry. But again, when you talk about institutional capital, and I had the advantage because of my background and the network to try and draw some of that, but you then find that there's how much you can do with an industry where you cannot assess the risk. And a lot of creatives complain that people don't want to take risks, people don't understand the industry. But I say it's one thing to understand, it's one thing to be able to assess. The data is not as clear as it should be. The people are not used to the kind of accountability that institutional capital requires. Risk management, the structure, the issues around IP, contracts, protections, all these basic things are sort of lacking. And of course, is why I think that maybe my positioning is quite key in bringing the advantage of the knowledge that I have to the industry. But the biggest one, if I would summarize, is something to do with the ecosystem, and is that we want exits. Right now, similar to music, we have a lot of the, how do I put this? We're very dependent for distribution. The demand is there. Everybody in the world wants stories. But when you come to the levels of how we distribute and make money, they're limited. And we're very reliant on the foreign-owned institutions. And so when they pull out and when they change this position, we're affected. And again, that's the end. That's the, if we're talking about ROI, that's, you do the story, what does it go to? So I think the biggest light is trying to build that ecosystem, literally from the monetization and financing, but also the streams of distribution, because we have the numbers, and we can, if we're thinking collectively, build competitive institutions to a Netflix, to an Amazon, to warehouse these stories that we have jurisdiction over.
Thank you. To you, let me give my own example. Last year, I went to Bangui for the first time. I don't know how many of you have heard of Bangui before. Bangui is in the Central African Republic, the capital, and we went for what is called the Africa Caucus. And for most people, not just myself, that was the first time in Bangui. Now, I remember the ticket was 4.5 million to Bangui. But that is not a story. Not that that's already huge, but the story here stays. Let me say mine. I left Abuja first thing in the morning, and we did not arrive in Bangui until around 9 p.m. Now, guess what? The people that took private jet got there in less than 2 hours. How do we improve this?
That's such a very tough question. I don't even feel like I should be the one answering it. But let me just tell you, say if you even do an experiment right now, just pick up your phone and then try to book a ticket to, let's say, Cape Verde. You're feeling a bit stressed, Lagos traffic. And you're like, you know what? Look at the map of West Africa. You see Cape Verde, it looks like an island. It's very close to us. You're like, okay, I could just hop on a plane, right? I could just do that 1 hour. You can't do that. Literally, legit. You would have to first start from Lagos. You actually either go back to Benin or Togo, and then you now connect another flight that takes you to Cape Verde, or you go through Dakar. So you look at the map again from Lagos, you go all the way to Dakar, then you start coming back to the edge. And then all of that adds up. Now, that same money, really and truly, because a lot of Nigerians, of course, and rightly so, with the economy, are price sensitive. So you say, okay, Cape Verde is going to cost me $700, give or change. You now enter the same, Google flights, and then you see that I can go to Europe for less than this amount. And while I'm in Europe, not only that, I could literally just hop on hop off on 20 euros tickets and I could just do 8 countries. So when I come back, my Instagram is popping. I've been to 8 countries in Europe for the same price to go from Lagos to Cape Verde. The economics just doesn't make any sense. So everybody else would pick Cape Verde. The last time when I did a trip in West Africa, at that time, I had been to over 60 countries around the world. And I realized that I had never been to Cameroon. Again, open the map. Cameroon is literally our neighbors. We share like 3 different border points with Cameroon. And I am a traveler. I tell people that, oh, you know what? One of the things I spend my time doing is traveling. I hadn't been to my neighbor, you know? And it's not because I didn't want to go. It's not because I wasn't curious. But there just wasn't that access. Now, when people talk about AFTA, and I like the fact that, again, I keep going back to what the secretary said, he talked about like the fact that the markets themselves have been fragmented for 70 years. One thing that we're not saying is we're marking, what does 70 years tell us, right? So we're talking about colonialism. And do you know why that is important? That's so important because you need to understand that when we talk about the fragmented markets in Africa, they were not always fragmented. This was literally one people, right? And then our border lines were drawn. Now we have to retrace our steps. So for me, when we have this conversation about how do we solve this, Africans moving, even in West Africa, West Africans moving from one country to another is not strange. If you go to Togo, you will find people speaking Yoruba. If you go to Cote d'Ivoire, there are people speaking Yoruba there. They don't speak English. They will speak Yoruba and then with broken French. That tells you that people have always moved. That is not a new problem. So when people say that, oh, how do we move? I tell them and I say, we have always moved. So what you need to do is how do we make that movement relevant and efficient in today's world? A lot of people don't know this, but from Guinea-Conakry, you can take the ferry on the Atlantic. It's literally a 3 hours scenic ride on the Atlantic to Sierra Leone. I, again, just found out when I was in Conakry, and I was like, okay, where do I go from here? Because, again, when you're in Conakry, you're thinking, how do I connect it? Then I found out I could take the ferry, and it was so beautiful. You know the interesting thing? The company that runs that ferry is owned by a Nigerian man. So I asked him, I said, excuse me, how come we cannot connect Lagos, to Sierra Leone since you're doing this? He said, okay, you know what? There is just no political will for us to do that. These things are happening, right? And then for me, I do think that we're very resilient, we're very creative, we take opportunities. But again, those fragments now need to come together in a way that makes sense. I keep coming back for the day-to-day woman. But yeah, that's it. Did I answer your question?
You did. And finally, please give them a round of applause. Please, 30 seconds each. Your heart look for growth in whatever it is. I mean, your business, movies, and of course, travel.
So I have a very conservative view about growth, and it is that time is more important than anything.
Okay.
So like I said earlier, there's a tendency to chase fast growth, and there will always be room for businesses, companies like that, but they will always be the minority. So most of us who are running businesses are always going to just be like, around. So for example, these 109 companies that we researched, we found that over 50% of them are each valued less than 50 billion naira, right? Which is only about 1% of the market capitalization of all the businesses on the over 50 years. Meanwhile, just 6 of them are worth over 20 trillion naira. So, but you cannot say that these businesses are not important. These ones that are less than 50 billion naira. So, if we are going to grow as Africans, African businesses, we need more of these 50 billion naira, $50 million companies, because together they are bigger than the sum of their parts. So, for me, growth is about time, legacy, and how many of us are actually able to, building a sustainable environment that all African businesses can thrive.
Thank you. Lillian.
Thank you. So growth for me at this phase is soft power. institutionalizing the soft power and having the world see Africa and the strength of our culture, our influence, and to see who we are fundamentally, spiritually, economically, and really to make the change and rise as the giants that we are of the continent.
Thank you.
Okay, so growth for me, again, just inferred from what I've said, is a situation whereby people don't have to go all the way to Europe to have a fun vacation for $600. I want to be able to do it on the continent. I want to be able to do it in my neighbors. I want to go to places where I'm curious about, not because I'm forced to go to places I don't really care about. So growth for me is us being able to move across the continent where you don't have all those barriers from currencies to price to connectivity. People should be able to say, okay, you know what, I want to go to the Gambia, and you can easily do it, right? So that's what it means for me.
Yeah, please give my panel a round of applause. So I've been looking for something to just say about growth. There are many dimensions, and over the next 2 days, we're going to be talking about growth in different dimensions. But for those of us that love football, we just concluded AFCON, right? Besides the Morocco matches, the stadiums were empty.
Yeah, and this is exactly why.
So, growth is going to come when we have AFCON in Cameroon, AFCON in Kenya, AFCON in all these places. And just like the World Cup coming up next year, the stadium will be full. I thank you so very much for listening. Thank you. Please.
Photographers, please. Please step forward. Please step forward. Close the gap. And photographer, shoot them. All right. Thank you. Everybody say growth. Everybody say ABC. Everybody say Africa Business Convention. Everybody say 600 euros. Everybody say Cape Verde. Everybody say El Samede. Everybody say go and sit down. Thank you. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Africa Business Convention 2026 edition. Africa in focus, and we're talking growth. And Lillian has shared her 2 cents, and so has the man who is x-raying businesses that have been in existence for decades. They say that many businesses die within the first 5 years. So when a business survives 5 decades, it deserves its flowers, doesn't it? In an economy where businesses struggle to survive 5 years. We have the representative of the Minister for Finance, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, and the Coordinating Ministry of the Economy. We have Professor Nana from the Development Bank of Nigeria, acknowledge your presence. We have Mr. Ishmael, one of our panelists and one of our speakers. Thank you for coming. All right, if you're ready, sir, I can invite the representative of the minister. Okay, so let's take a welcome address from our star boy, the Africa Business Boy, the convener of the Africa Business Convention. He was chief economic advisor to former president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Let's welcome Dr. Ogo Akiti.
Thank you so very much, Jide. I'm very, very honored to stand before you all this morning and to give this welcome address of the Africa Business Convention 2026. First, protocol. Nigeria's Honorable Minister of Finance, and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, His Excellency Mr. Wale Edun, OFR, represented here this morning by Mr. Raymond Omenka Omachi, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Finance. You're welcome, sir. Just before now, we had His Excellency Wamkele Mene, who is the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And then we have the Director General of Nigeria Security and Exchange Commission, Dr. Omowumi Hagama. I believe he's on his way. And we have other distinguished business leaders and, like has just been introduced, Professor Onana from the Development Bank of Africa. And I want to especially, I'm not sure if I've met him, but I want to especially welcome those that have joined us from outside of Nigeria, particularly Adam Sise and his wife. Sise is the CEO of Infinity Africa, one of our keynote speakers, and who will be speaking on financing Africa's growth later this morning. Other distinguished policymakers, business leaders, investors, entrepreneurs, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Lagos. Welcome to the Africa Business Convention 2026. It is truly a privilege to stand before you as we gather once again on the first Tuesday of February, as we have made a tradition to continue a conversation that is not only necessary, but urgent. A conversation about Africa's business, Africa's growth, and ultimately, Africa's prosperity. Since our inception in 2021, the Africa Business Convention has been guided by a simple but powerful idea. When Africa's businesses do well, Africa's economies do well. And when Africa's economies do well, Africa's people thrive. Our journey has been intentional. In 2021, in Africa Proactive, we asked whether Africa could have been more proactive before the COVID-19 pandemic and what that meant for our future. In 2022, in Africa Recovery, we confronted the reality of recovery, only to find that recovery itself would be tested by global shocks, rising debt, disrupted trade, and tightening financial conditions. We then explored Africa Connected in 2023, recognizing that resilience would not come from isolation, but from deeper integration across trade, aviation, technology, education, and finance. And in 2025, last year, Africa Invest laid bare the truth. Africa's gap is not only an investment gap in numbers, but a gap in people, policies, systems, and long-term capital. Today, in 2026, we arrive at a defining moment. Our theme, Africa Grow, is both a question and a call to action. In case you haven't noticed, so let me just quickly say that, because I really intend to use this speech to give some understanding of where Africa Business Convention came from, where we are, and where we are going to. Our themes are always two-word themes. So Africa Proactive, Africa Recovery, Africa Connected, Africa Invest, Africa Grow, and in 2027, we will have Africa Trade. Yes, Africa is growing. According to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, the continent's GDP is projected to grow by about 4% compared to 3.3% globally. But let us be honest with ourselves. This growth is uneven. It is fragmented across regions, across countries, and across sectors. While some economies are accelerating, others are lagging. This disparity is not just a concern, it is also an opportunity. The real question before us is this: how do we accelerate growth, narrow the disparities, and make that growth sustained, inclusive, and business-led? This is where the Africa Business Convention is different. We are not just another conference. We are a decentric B2B platform, purpose-built to bring government CEOs, investors, innovators, entrepreneurs into one room, not for speeches alone, but for transactions, partnerships, and long-term value creation. To focus our work, we have deliberately anchored our conversation around 6 pillars. we believe are critical to Africa's growth and prosperity. The first one is agriculture and food security. We understand that for Africa, for us to grow, for us to prosper, we must not only grow the food that we eat, but we must also be able to grow it in a profitable and sustainable way. So Africa and food security. The second pillar that we look at in relation to business growth and prosperity in Africa is banking, investment, and capital. The third one is environmental, social, and governance. And let me just quickly define this. Our environmental, social, and governance is broader than the usual ESG. Our social and governance includes education, includes health, and includes leadership. Fintech, innovation, and technology, jobs, economy, and trade, and finally, power, infrastructure, and energies. These pillars are not abstract ideas. They are the engines of growth. They are where trade is unlocked and where capital is mobilized, where jobs are created, and where productivity is built. And at the center of all six pillars are businesses, large, medium, and small, operating across the continent. Looking ahead, the ambition of the Africa Business Convention is very, very clear. The future of the Africa Business Convention is a membership-based organization with a bold goal to build an ecosystem of 200,000 Africa and Africa-focused businesses over the next 5 years. An ecosystem that enables capital raising, policy dialogue, market access, knowledge sharing, and trusted relationships across borders. One that builds and leverages on the Africa Continental Free Trade area after. We will also expand our engagement with additional future meetings focused specifically on SMEs and leadership, because we know the Africa growth story cannot be complete without its small businesses and its next generation of leaders. Let me be very clear about our purpose. Our goal is not invents for invent's sake. Our goal is the prosperity of Africa. And we know without ambiguity that Africa's prosperity lies in the prosperity of its businesses. So today, I invite you not just to attend, but to build with us. Build partnerships, build trade relationships, build investment pipelines, build systems and institutions that will life cycles and shocks. Over the next 2 days, we will ask questions about reforms, about trade, about capital, and about growth. We will explore where the real opportunities are in agriculture, energy, infrastructure, technology, and cross-border trade. And most importantly, we'll move from conversation to action. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's growth will not be accidental. It will be intentional. It will be built deal by deal, reform by reform, businesses by business. Thank you for being here. Welcome to ABC 2026. Welcome to Africa Grow.
Thank you, Dr. Okiti. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Africa Grow. Next year, he said, is Africa Trade. Am I correct? All right, at this point, can I kindly request that we please put our phones on silent mode or vibrate? If you can afford to switch it off, please do. Next item on the program. All right, so let me just give us a quick rundown. Just a quick rundown of activities on the lineup for today. We have listened to the first panel, the fireside chat, people who are doing great stuff in different sectors of the economy and things that we can all plug into at one point or the other. We're going to listen to a keynote on financing Africa's growth, and this will be delivered by Ishmael Adam Sise, the founder of Infinity Africa Group. Mrs. Sonia Deokoli, the special advisor to the president on finance and economy, will deliver a keynote on reforms, growth, and competitiveness. And then there'll be a third one by the Minister of Finance, who's represented, on Africa growth, our plan to lift millions of Nigerians out of poverty. We'll go for a coffee break, after which we'll return for the first plenary, how are Africa's limitations in power, infrastructure, and energy affecting its growth? And this will be done by the president of Pedesta Africa, Dr. Paul Dozie Arinze. Dr. Krishnan Ranganath, Regional Executive West Africa, Africa Data Center. Ishmael Adam Sise will be on the panel. And then we'll also have the President of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, Tululokpe Lunge. Finally, we would have Titi Ojo, Chief Executive Officer, AgroChains Consult, Richard U, Founder and Managing Director of Flywheel Economics, and Mr. Isaac Orolubagwe, who is the Academic Director of the Chief Executive Program at the Lagos Business School. And they will be addressing the issue, can export-focused agriculture drive Africa's growth? So, ladies and gentlemen, where's Mr. Ogo? Where's Dr. Okiti? Go ahead. Okay. Things have been happening. Just at the end of last year, it was widely reported that we're confidently doing well in buying and selling shares, commodities, and securities. So Nigeria stock market is one of those to be proud of. So this morning, what Africa's growth means from a capital market perspective is one of the things that we're going to be listening to. And who best to do it than the regulator of the market himself? I do remember that Mr. President congratulated the exchange, the NGX, for the feats that they achieved. The exchange is headed by Mr. Timi Pukwala, while the Securities and Exchange Commission is headed by Dr. Omowumi Agaba, and under his leadership, great things are happening. He's with us this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Omowumi Agaba. Oh, you look like a DG, so maybe I just prophesied into your life. Because you told me I was going to get Dr. Agama. All right, sorry, we'll take Mr. Sisi first. Don't worry. All right, the founder of Infinity Africa Group, we'll take him first. It's a keynote, the first keynote, Financing Africa's Growth. Mr. Sisi, not Mr. Agama. Thank you. Please come to the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. So, I will try to be more regional in my presentation and try to talk about the subject on an innovative way. So I will start with something small, like a pencil. Because when I was a kid in Abidjan, I used to watch my father work as an architect. And I can remember the sound of his pencil on the paper. It was steady, and he wasn't just drawing buildings, he was drawing possibilities. And he taught me one lesson that I never forgot till this day. He taught me that what makes a building stand is not a great blueprint. What makes a building stand is not great ideas. What makes a building stand is the load-bearing capacity. That sentence, it became a compass for my life. And when I studied finance at HEC Montreal, at McGill, at Harvard, I realized something, that finance is also architecture. It's not just money, it's structure, it is trust, it is discipline, and it is what makes ambition stand. And that brings me to Africa. Africa does not lack ambition. Africa does not lack ideas. Africa does not lack project. Africa has something else that blocks its progress. It's a wall, not a metaphorical wall, a very physical wall that every year costs Africa 2 to 4% of its growth. That's a wall made of power shortages. That's a wall made of logistic costs. That's a wall made of expensive capital. But let me translate it into real life. It means a factory that cannot operate at full capacity because electricity is unreliable. It means a hospital that can become hostage of power generators. It means a young entrepreneur who spends more time surviving than building. And there's the most painful part. We ask African businesses to compete globally while carrying weights on their ankles. So the question is not, does Africa have ambition? The question is, does Africa has load-bearing capacity? And because ambition without structure is fragile, and fragile ambition is easy to dismiss. And this is exactly where finance becomes destiny. Most people think Africa's problem is we don't have money. And that's not the whole truth. The deeper truth is we don't have enough trust mechanisms to let money move at scale. Let me be provocative. Capital is not emotional. Capital is not patriotic. Capital is not romantic. Capital is disciplined. Capitals want three things: visibility, what's in the pipeline, what are the numbers. Capital wants protection. What happens if something goes wrong? And capital wants velocity. How do I enter and how do I exit? If those three things are weak, capital becomes expensive. And expensive capital kills infrastructure. So we don't need more speeches about potential. We need better architecture, better instruments, better governance, better data, and better execution. In other words, we must stop asking capital to believe. We must make capital see. And this is where my life took an unexpected turn. So a lot of people ask me why would a finance guy would undertake a venture in basketball. Because I am the owner of one of the best basketball teams in Africa. And I noticed that in high-level sport, we have the same truth than we have in finance, is that winning requires structure. And if your defense is weak, your offense doesn't matter. And in business and finance, defense means governance, reporting, controls, risk management, and transparency. Without that, you can have all the best projects in the world, capital will hesitate, delay, or overprice you. So we built a mindset I will call the full court press. So you don't wait for opportunities, you create the conditions, and you press with discipline. And that's when I understand that the real playbook for financing Africa is to have a dual approach, have a good defense, and have a great offense. So I believe Africa's growth comes down to four moves that turn ambition into load-bearing capacity. The first move is to build investable pipelines, not isolated projects, not one-offs, but pipelines that can be repeated, compared, and funded. Because capital doesn't fund dreams, capital funds systems. Move two, we need to use instruments that match Africa's reality. We need a toolkit, project finance, guarantees, blended finance, Islamic finance, capital markets, infrastructure funds, venture funding, and name it. One tool cannot build a city, you need a toolbox. Move 3, you need to activate domestic capital. Africa cannot outsource its future. Pension funds, insurance, banks, diaspora, these pools exist. They simply need structures strong enough to carry them into productive investments. So move 4. You need to build rails of trust. Data rails, transparent reporting rails, digital rails that reduce friction. Because what investors fear most is not Africa's uncertainty. It's not Africa's risk. It's the uncertainty that is very expensive. No, if we do those 4 moves, if we do them, Africa becomes a place where value is built and financed from within. $1 trillion. So let's talk about the number that make people nervous and why $1 trillion? Because I believe that once we can raise that amount, then Africa will be able to finance its development in a sustainable manner. And I believe that domestic capital has a big role to play on mobilizing those funds. So the trillion is a pipeline, its instrument, its trust. It's not a check that will be written by an investor, but it's putting in place an architecture of projects, of pipelines, of investment tools that will enable Africa within 9 years to reach that threshold where we can raise enough money to actually fund the development and be self-sufficient financially. So the inheritance, I have children, and I will conclude saying that my father left me with a pen, and I don't want to leave my children with, I don't want to give them just a plan. I want to give them a house that is built, that doesn't have power shortages, and that is really ready for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur, ça va? Si c'est Nigeria, quand tu finis de rappeler, de dropper le microphone. Tu comprends? In Nigeria, we don't go with the microphones when we finish speaking. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for me one more time. All right. I'll be able to make sense of his presentation. Mr. Cisse is an Africa-wide person, and that's why he's a fitting person at this event, because it's the Africa Business Convention. How much do you know? Is it your first time in Nigeria? What do you mean you will say so? Okay, is this your first time in Nigeria? Are you gradually you want to become a Nigerian politician? We ask you a simple, huh? Or you've passed through Nigeria before? Oh, okay. Where were you going then? You were going to Benin. Where were you coming from? You were coming from South Africa. You were going to Benin, then you passed through Nigeria. Oh, okay. Do you know any lady called Odele? Eh? Do you know? Okay. Because before you came in, she said something like that. Her name is Modupe. She talked about Nigerians who want to go to their neighboring countries, but they first of all have to go out of. Yes. I'm going to give you an opportunity to meet her, so that maybe next time you can fly directly from South Africa to. Because if you want to come to Nigeria, we want you to come. We don't just want you to pass through Nigeria. All right, so Mrs. Modupe Odele. Sorry, Modupe Odele and Mr. Sisi. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was just on a lighter note. We're going on. All right, we're going to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the Nigeria Exchange, Mr. Kalaji Kwaranga. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Let me also welcome the representative of the minister one more time. Thank you very much for coming. And it's now time for me to invite you to deliver the keynote of the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, OFR. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, invited here, investors, esteemed business leaders. I know there are so many of them here. It's good to meet with you this morning. As I came to stand in for the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, His Excellency Chief Wale Edu, OFR. He asked me to extend his apologies for not being here personally. It's a program that he loves so much to be here, but there are some other pressing state matters that he's attending to. He said I should stand in for him. I bring his greetings, and he asked me to deliver this keynote address on this very important occasion, which is joining hands to build a $1 trillion economy in Africa. I want to thank the organizers who put this one together. And for want of time, I'll go straight to the keynote address. Before I do that, see, you saw that I came here a bit late. I missed the first session because when I got to the airport, I was thinking it would take me just a few minutes to get to the hotel. When I checked my Google, it's about 20 kilometers to get to the place, but it says 51 minutes to get. And that is the reason why we need to work on our infrastructure. You have a train with that 20 minutes, could take me less than 20 minutes to get here, but it took me 50-something minutes, just almost an hour. So we need to join hands to work together. So on this note, let me go straight to the keynote address. It is a great honor to welcome you to Lagos. I was told nobody is welcome to Lagos, just find your way when you are in Lagos. Africa's most dynamic city, and to the African Business Convention 2026. This gathering matters, not just because of the deal that may be signed or the panel that we host, but because the question that brings us together is what matters in this case. How does Africa grow fast enough, fairly enough, and sustainably enough to lift hundreds of millions of our people out of poverty? Is a key question that we need to ask today. And more specifically for us in Nigeria, how do we translate economic reforms into real opportunities for Nigerians? That is the challenge this administration has taken on, and that is what I would like to speak about today. I'll start with the global context that we face now. We meet at a moment of profound global challenge. First is the global trade and investment dynamic that are shifting rapidly. First, the pathway that powered the rise of emerging economies over the last 3 decades are narrowing. And we have people who are protecting the economy, threatening others. If you don't toe their line, they will impose tariff, they will do this. So we are protecting our own. That is what is happening. And now, over the last 3 decades, they are narrowing, they continue to narrow. Supply chains are fragmenting, capital is more cautious and more selective. So those who want to invest in Nigeria look at certain things. They review very well before they put whatever they have done for you. And it is not something that is free. So the money they have, they don't just invest it. They make sure they're investing it and they will get it back when they want it. Secondly, capital flow to developing economies are tightening. Many African countries now pay more in debt service than they receive in development assistance. That is the truth. In the year 2024 alone, African debt service obligations were estimated at over $160 billion. Resources that could otherwise have gone into schools, hospitals, and infrastructures, like I was talking about the railway. Third thing is the technology that is transforming labor market. Automation and artificial intelligence are reshaping the way we work globally. At precisely the moment when Africa, with a median age of just 20, must create millions of jobs every year. And finally, we face a striking paradox. That is the abundant global capital for capital change is far too little. Private capital is available for poverty reduction, productivities, and human development, especially in the region most vulnerable to both climate and economic shocks. This global context leaves Africa with a very clear message. We cannot wait, and we cannot depend, and we must grow, even if it is slowly. What that means for Africa and Nigeria. For Africa, the implication is straightforward but demanding. Growth must domestically be driven, private sector-led, and productivity focused. We must mobilize more of our own resources. We must use technology to leapfrog constraints, and we must convert our greatest asset, which are people, into skilled, productive participants in our global economy. Nigeria, as Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, has both a responsibility and an opportunity to lead the shift that we are looking for. Now let us look at Nigerian reform context. That is building a platform for growth. What are we doing in Nigeria? Since May 2023, Nigeria has embarked on a coherent, disciplined, and reform-oriented economic program. And our strategy rests on 2 interlinked goals. First is to restore macroeconomic stability and credibility so that private investment can thrive. A second is to build government savings so that the state can invest strategically in the foundation of long-term growth. Education, you have education, health, infrastructure, and human capital. These are areas that we are focusing. And to achieve this, government has taken bold steps. And sometimes there are difficult steps that are taken. They are necessary. It's just like in those days when we were young, you are sick. At that time, the malaria drugs that you are taking weren't available. They call something Nivaquine, very bitter. They give you, it's either you take it or you wait to die. But we have to take it because we don't want to die. We didn't want to die. So most of these things, the reforms are painful, they're inflicting, impacting negatively on the people, but that is for a while. We know that with time, there will be, an improvement in what we are going through. So first is the removal of fuel subsidies. So many people look at it as a wicked, reform. But people are seeing it now. For the first time during the last Christmas, there was no queue at the filling station. We were able to travel to a various destination, even though it cost more, but it was available. That is one of the reforms that we did to remove fuel subsidies, free non-fiscal resources for productive use. Under number 2 reform is the foreign exchange market reforms. I know in those days, people were busy, especially the bankers, not trying to cascade you, but some were working basically on using foreign exchange to make their money. But now this has stopped. Those who are relying on that, I know they will soon be out of business, or they're already out of business. So we have been able to manage it, converge the foreign exchange and the black market, as they call it. The official black is now the same. Then the other one is the landmark tax reforms that everybody is talking about. We are simplifying compliance and eliminating efficiency in the tax, administration. The fourth is the structural reform across power, energy, logistics, education, and industry. These reforms are not end in themselves. They are about building a competitive economy where effort is rewarded and capital is productive and opportunity is broad-based. Now we talk about the 7% growth in our GDP from 2027 to 2028. Nigeria must return to the path of growth of at least this 7%. That is what we are working on every day. Not oil-driven growth, but a sustained growth, inclusive productivity-led growth. It has to come from outside. To get there, we are pursuing multiple reinforcing policy layers. The first layer is the domestic resource mobilization. Growth required investment, and investment requires savings. We are therefore focused on boosting government and domestic savings, not through higher tax rates, but through broadening the tax base, improving compliance, reducing leakages, and then ensuring fairness and transparency in the administration of these taxes. A central pillar of this effort is revenue optimization through automation, including the deployment of several technology-driven revenue collection, which is transforming how revenues are collected, cutting discretion, improving efficiency, and building trust. Every naira saved or efficiently collected is a naira that can be invested in our people. A second layer is the digital infrastructure and the opportunity. Nigerian youth are not short of talent. What they have lacked is access. That is what we believe. And that is why we're expanding fiber optic infrastructure nationwide, dramatically lowering the cost of broadband and accelerating internet penetration. This is not a technology policy. It is a poverty reduction strategy. It allows young Nigerians to work remotely for global firms, build digital businesses from homes, access online education and skills, and participate meaningfully in the global digital economy. Growth in the 21st century travels through fiber, and that is a truth. And Nigeria is laying the foundation for that growth. Number 3 layer of these reforms is a human capital development, which is through education and health. No country has ever grown sustainably without investing in its people. We are therefore scaling investment in education with a focus on skills, technical training, and employability. Healthcare to improve productivity and reduce vulnerability. Human capital is the bridge between growth statistics and the lived prosperity. Layer 4 is the issue of infrastructure, energy, and industry. We're expanding investment in power generation and transmission, transport and logistics, including rails and the ports, refining, manufacturing, and agro-processing. This investment reduces the cost of doing business, crown in private capital, and create jobs at scale. Now, how do we protect the vulnerable while carrying out these reforms? We are clear-eyed about this. The short-term impact of this reform, like I said, people think is wicked, is heartless. But we have our eyes on the future, a future that will be beneficial, where things will work for Nigerians. That is why we have rolled out direct benefit transfer to protect the most vulnerable. Already, over 8.1 million households have received support with a target of about 15 million households, ensuring that reform does not come at the expense of dignity. We talk about the role of business and investors, and that is why we are here this morning. Let me be clear, the private sector is the engine of Nigerian growth. Government's role is to provide stability, infrastructure, policy consistency, and a fair, transparent, and a business-friendly environment. We are not seeking speculative capital. We are not seeking investment, we are seeking investment that build factories, investment that build skill, technology, and regional value chain. Nigeria is not just open for business, Nigeria is reforming to accelerate business. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economic environment is challenging, but Nigeria's direction is clear. We are following it consistently. The foundations are being laid, the reforms are taking hold, and the ambition is unwavering. 7% growth, million lifted out of poverty in Nigeria and an Africa that works for its people. That is not a distant dream. It's not a distant aspiration. It is already here, and with both hands on the deck, we will get there. It is a shared project. We need to work together to get it done, and we invite you to build it with us. This note, I want to thank everyone for listening and for being here this morning. God bless you. Who is here so that I will not go with your microphone?
Thank you, Permanent Secretary, Mr. Raymond Omachi, representing the Minister of Finance. Oh, thank you very much. So you said in your remarks, you said that you are creating opportunities for young people to be able to work for global companies from within Nigeria. Okay, I'm a young person, sir. I'm very, very young, and I want to work for global organizations. So can I submit my CV to you, sir? I would especially like to work with the minister. Let me tell you in what capacity. I want to work as the permanent secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for the permanent secretary. All right. That was pretty much a mini State of the Union address. I mean, you told us the great work that you're doing in the ministry, and we do appreciate it. Because we take these things for granted, there's a lot of despondency, and a lot of people are disgruntled. So even when good things are happening, we don't take note of it. And, there's always a silver lining in every dark cloud. So we miss it. So we miss the opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Raymond Omachi. All right. We're going to break very soon into plenary sessions. But before that, we have just one small assignment, which is to launch a report about Africa, its economy, and the outlook. I'd like to invite the convener, Dr. Ogo Okiti, for this ritual. Thank you.
Yeah, Jide, thank you so very much. When I'm not sure I mentioned it, but one of the things that the Africa business and people that have shared this with over the last few years is that we deliberately don't want to just be somewhere people just meet and talk. We really, really want to interrogate and hopefully provide tangible response, or let me say answers to the question of Africa's prosperity. And one of the things that we know as economists, and we have Prof here, I'm sure he has so much to say about that. Without savings, you can't have investment. So whether it's domestic savings or international savings, someone is saving somewhere so that someone can have investment. So if you are not saving and you are investing, it means you are using someone else's savings for the investment. So someone is saving from somewhere. And if you don't save and you eat everything, well, I'm so sorry for you because it means that you keep borrowing for investment. So, this year, we thought to introduce something that I believe, not in the way it is now, but over the next few years and many more years to come, it will become a major reference document for not only the Africa Business Convention or its members, but also for Africa. So we introduced what we call the Africa Investment Yearbook 2026. So, 2026 means this year. Next year will be 2027. So I was sharing with Lillian today. I said, growth is painful. Anybody that has grown will know that growth is painful. In fact, probably the most painful thing you can imagine. So I'm not trying to pull this book down. The full report will be online. By the way, this is a summary report. I'm not trying to put it down, but I'm just trying to say that whatever it is that you see here today is just a reflection of what we are capable of doing only today, not a reflection of the vision that we have for it. So we believe there's no document at the moment, and I've searched everywhere, that really documents the returns, risk, and opportunities across Africa asset classes. And that is the gap that this report seeks to fill. So we've called it the Africa Investment Yearbook. And we will launch that today. Not the way they launch political books, not donation. But if you want to launch with donation, no problem, we'll accept that as well. But we'll launch it today. But I just want to share that this is one of the growths that we are trying to establish here in Africa Business Convention. We may just be like around, I'm looking at the whole now, maybe around 100, 120. But the expectation is that we will continue to grow in substance, in relevance, and obviously in innovation, introducing some of the things that we see here today. So please, permit me to invite the Honorable Minister represented here this morning by the PAMSEC. By the way, just for those that don't know, the Honorable Minister and the PAMSEC are my bosses. Just in case you don't know, they are my bosses. So I'm glad to have him here this morning. And he will be joined, by the chairman and Prof. and Adam. And please just come to the podium and help us launch this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go-
Odugo Odile, please join them so it's not an all-male affair. Yeah. Lillian, please join them so it's not an all-male affair. And Titi Ojo, please join them so it's not an all-male affair. Men can't do anything without women. Yeah. By ourselves, we are nothing. So please take one position in between. Separate the two men at the end, and then separate the two men in the middle. And so Lillian, please join them. Thank you. These are key players in their own right. A lawyer. No, please go in between the minister and Mr. Sise. Okay. All right, that's fine. No, sorry. So please go in between Dr. Okiti and Mr. Sise. I want you close to me. I want to give you the microphone again. Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the unveiling of the Africa Investment Yearbook 2026. Everybody please hold it, facing the cameras. Photographers, do your thing. Everybody say Africa Investment. Everybody say comparative returns. Everybody say Kwaranga. Everybody say minister. Everybody say Sise. Everybody say Udile. Everybody say thank you. Everybody say go back to your seats.
No, please, wait.
Is that, oh, okay. Sorry. We have one more person. Do you have a copy for him? There you go. Please. Thank you. Right after this, we'll take a goodwill message from Alhaji Dr. Umaru Kwaranga, the chairman of the Nigeria Exchange, and also chairman of Ashaka Cement. And is one of the midwives of the great things that are happening on the exchange, restoring investor confidence and attracting all of us back to invest in Nigeria. As Dr. Okiti has said, and as students of economics, as students, no, he wanted to take the microphone. He didn't want you to give it to me. You. As students of economics, remember that we're taught that without savings, there can be no investment. And that's what Dr. Okiti has reiterated this morning. Mr. Kwaranga, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that you have not gone with the microphone before me to follow you and collect the microphone. Distinguished guests, esteemed business leaders, policy makers, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, is this good morning or good afternoon already? Good day. It is a pleasure to be part of the African Business Convention 2026. I commend my live brother and a friend, Dr. Ogo Okiti, and the organizing team for creating a platform that brings together Africa's most visionary thinkers, builders, and decision makers at a time when collaboration across our continent is more important than ever before. The theme of this year's convention, African Grow, is both timely and powerful. It has captured the shared ambition to accelerate economic expansion, deepen resilience, and unlock sustainable prosperity across our continent. Africa stands at a defining moment. Our continent is rich in talent, enterprise, natural resources, and youthful energy, as stated by the Permanent Secretary. Yet the real story of African rise will be written not only by potential, but by partnerships between public and private sectors, between capital and ideas, and across borders. Conventions like this transform conversations into connections, and connection into tangible outcomes that drive investment, trade, innovation, and inclusive growth, the very essence of what it means for Africa to grow. At the Nigeria Exchange Group, we see strong alignment with a convention of this nature because our mission centers on connecting capital to opportunity and enabling businesses to grow in a transparent, efficient, and sustainable marketplace. Platforms like the African Business Convention mirror our belief that dialogue, collaboration, and cross-border partnerships are essential to unlocking Africa's economic potential. As a market infrastructure group, we are committed to supporting innovation, deepening investor participation, and building resilient financial ecosystems that empower enterprises of all sizes and channel long-term capital into critical sectors that power Africa's growth story. As capital market evolves, they play an increasingly vital role in unlocking long-term funding for businesses, infrastructure, and innovation, all central to the Africa Grow agenda. Strong, transparent, and well-integrated financial markets are essential to driving sustainable growth, expanding trade, and strengthening economic resilience across Africa. This is why dialogue among business leaders, investors, regulators, and policymakers, such as we are having here today, is so critical. I am particularly encouraged by the forward-looking focus of this convention. The future of African businesses will be shaped by how boldly we embrace innovation, how effectively we support entrepreneurs and SMEs, and how intentionally we build systems that are inclusive, competitive, and globally relevant, foundations that ensure Africa's growth is not only faster, but also broader and more sustainable. Let this gathering inspire practical steps, new partnerships formed, new investment catalyzed, and new ideas championed. Beyond the speeches and panels, may this convention spark actions that strengthen enterprises, create jobs, like what the MC have requested earlier, not to be a permanent secretary, but to work in one of the global entities through the Ministry of Finance, accelerate intra-Africa trade, and improve lives across our continent, truly advancing the call for Africa to grow. I wish us all fruitful deliberations and a highly successful African Business Convention 2026. In conclusion, let me assure Honorable Minister, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, that we at NGX, we are ready, we have the capacity, we have the resources, we have the infrastructure to key into the $1 trillion economy. And this is achievable. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chairman, that was a very bullish goodwill message. Now we know why the stock market is bullish. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to plug into the $1 trillion economy. So you see why it would be good for me to work with the minister. So don't mind him. I was just joking that I want to be permanent secretary. But I can be deputy permanent secretary or assistant or senior special advisor to the permanent secretary. All right, thank you. That's on the lighter note. We're breaking into the panel sessions now. In no particular order of preference or seniority, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Paul Dozier Arinze. Is he here? Dr. Arinze? Okay. We're going to have the regional executive for West Africa at the Africa Data Center, Dr. Krishnan Ranganath. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. And next, I'd like to invite the microphone magician, founder and CEO of Infinity Africa Group, Ishmael Adam Sise. Please take a seat. Tolu Lope Longe, President, Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. Is Tolu Lope here yet? Tolu Lope here? Just take your seats. And the moderator of the panel is Mr. Muyiwa Mataluko. Mr. Muyiwa Mataluko, please take your seats. Okay, so your time starts now. This panel will run for 20 minutes only. So let the firing begin. Sorry, I think you should be there so that the cameras can capture all three of you together. Right after this, we'll go to the next one. So I kindly request Titi Ojo, CEO AgroChains, Richard O, founder MD Flywheel Economics, to please get ready. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay, hi everyone. So we'll try to make this as quick as possible. I'll start with CCA. I enjoyed your session. Analogy of your sitting by your father as an architect, and learning about. And then you said something, you said Africa is not short of ideas. It's about structural, building pipelines and structure. So we're talking now about, the limitations to power and infrastructure and energy in Africa, right? And I guess the first question we want to really delve into is why do we not have reliable infrastructure? Why is there a challenge with access to infrastructure in Africa? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you for the question. And it's such a wide question. I will take it from the finance standpoint, even if it's related to many other aspects. When we talk about infrastructure projects, we see that the main issue, and you mentioned it in your question, is actually a good pipeline of bankable projects. Too many projects are not structured well enough or are not ready to take on investments. So I think that's the one main hurdle actually to raising financing. And then you have the structure, the pool of financing where we raise funds from. And I believe that we are not creative enough, and there are a lot of untapped opportunities of capital that are underexploited. So I think about Islamic finance, green finance, impact finance, and I believe that financiers are not creative enough. Sometimes the regulation is impeding, because I was part of a big vice president of the Capital Markets Brokers Association in West Africa. And every time we wanted to innovate with a new products, regulation was not, I would say, facilitator. It was much something that we needed to manage, and it sometimes took us years to bring the slightest innovation. So the second point is actually, I would say, the diversifying the financing instruments. And that is linked also to the third point, which is mobilizing local capital. Because I think that we have a deep pool. I think it's been mentioned that we have savings, we have money inside. I have worked in the capital markets, raised $1 billion locally with pension funds, insurance companies, and local banks. So the money is there. So we just need to find a good way to actually put that money to use to finance or impactful financing projects, in infrastructure projects. And the fourth and last point I want to make is the matter of governance and transparency. So I mentioned before that capital flows where you have structure, where you have transparency. And we need to actually use technology, innovation, and leverage all that to improve governance and transparency. So actually, the gap between the perception of risk that is associated with investing and financing projects in the region is lessened because we have more transparency. We know how we can track the funds, the revenues, and I believe that technology has a big part to play on that side. So I don't want to be too long, so those are the main points.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Dr. Krishnan Raghunath, he said something about technology playing a major role in that. And I mean, you run data centers, which is like the backbone of the digital economy. And one very critical infrastructure for data centers, you might agree with me, is power. So how do you handle growth? How do you handle sustainability of data centers, reliability, when you are in environments where power is not necessarily reliable? What was your thinking around that? And How do you think that can improve?
Anyway, morning, thanks for the question. I agree, power is not reliable. We have our own issues to deal with. But as data centers, we commit something literally in blood, saying that 99.99 and 5 nines of SLA. If power is not available, you go and find it. So that is the solution for that. Now, is it that cost effective? Because at the end of the day, data center is a power business. So literally it's a real estate plus power. And everybody need to have that availability. Because let's say in a very simple way, you're trying to get your mail. Forget about mail. Facebook, and if it is not opening, if your WhatsApp is not opening, then, for a moment you go, you get a jitter. What's happening, correct? That shouldn't happen. So power infrastructure is highly critical. What we lack rather in that way, there's something which I always mention as transmission. That's one word is lacking, whether it is power or internet. Power is generated. Transmission is the problem. Grid is the problem. Hydroelectrics are there. Regulations are coming up on atomic power. Thermal stations are there. But the distribution is the problem. The same thing with internet. Correct? Lagos, 7 cables landing. Lagos is perfect. But when you drive down, maybe even to, let's go out of Lagos a bit, Ogun State, or Abuja. Within the CBD, everything is fine, but when you go down the north, Google doesn't open. Then which digital economy we are talking about, correct? The fundamentals need to come in place. Coming back to that, power is a critical infrastructure, and without that power, availability of the power, none of this critical infrastructure works. So that is where we need to go back to the drawing board and see how to fix it. And regarding data centers, it is a power-hungry mission. So that needs, and again, if you look at the last 1 year, we are talking about AI. That when comes properly deployed into the markets, it is going to be another ball game altogether. Now we need to think, do you want the AI infrastructures to be in 6 or 7 countries in Africa, which can be Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, or maybe Morocco or Egypt? Do you want this, or do you want it to go to the 54 countries? So that plan we need to think, because eventually that power is not there. None of those things are going to work properly at the second tier of the countries. The tier 1 will still sustain, they'll still find a way around it. But in Lagos, at least, we have access to gas, so we are not dependent on, many of us are not dependent on the grid. So that really helps us having that availability. But if the similar situation can be created or can be invested into other parts of the country, that really helps us a lot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Sisi, you mentioned, I'm still on you. You mentioned something about, no, I'm still on Doctor. So you mentioned something about regulation, right? And I was wondering, because now you've mentioned, for example, that with internet, for example, the major issue is distribution. We have 7 landed cables at the coast of Lagos, for example, but it's not spreading across the region. And okay, let me put it this way. What major regulatory bottleneck do you think is preventing this, widespread distribution? And if there's anything you could fix yourself within, say, the next 12 months or the next 24 months, what will it be?
If you go back, actually, the fact remains this. Any country, majority of the countries, growing or grown economies, the regulations are there. But how to act on the regulations, enforcement of those regulations is partially missing. Correct? So that is the area we need to look at it. Okay, now let's go back to that word transmission again, correct? Ventilation. A lot of things are going out. Why? So what is that regulation says or regulator says? What is the penalty clauses for somebody cutting the fiber or somebody cutting the power lines? Okay, why people are cutting? Now the question comes is, okay, somebody is cutting it. Why are they cutting it? Nobody is going to cut a fiber line for no reason or a copper or anything for no reason. It goes back into something that is called poverty. Food, for bottom line, food. That is what it is all about. So we need to fix a lot of areas in chain, which is, of course, the broader line we can always blame, we can blame the leadership, we can blame the regulations and everything, but we need to own it. As part of this whole 144, 150 billion people in Africa, we are one amongst them, correct? So we need to own it. So we need to make it happen. Like, instead of going back to question that regulation, it is there, but enforcing that regulation is missing. That stick. So in the school, we have a stick, correct? The teacher brings in. So that stick is missing. And we need to become that stick. If we find something, we need to actually educate those people how they know to do it.
So education. Do you agree, Mr. Sisi? Because you've talked a lot about systems and capital flows where there are systems. Do you agree that we need to fix education? Or what other specifics? I want to get a bit more practical. As someone in finance, you want to invest in the power energy space. What do you think is the most basic thing that needs to be fixed? Right? You've talked about systems, but I mean, at the very fundamental level.
Okay. So you really have a talent to ask wide questions, and I will try not to be to be too long. And I think that it's I will go take the problem the other way. So I mentioned the main hurdle was that the projects weren't bankable, weren't ready to be invested. So why is that? Do we have actually the people that are trained enough and that know how to structure? Do we have that capability inside to actually structure our projects and structure or projects? And that's why I created Infinity Africa Group. So that's for the publicity part. And it's actually not to just work on the financing part. It's to have that capability to actually walk down the stream and structure the projects. Because I did that for the last decade. When I came back 10 years ago, I came back, wanted the idea was to raise financing, finance projects. And very, very quickly, I found out that there wasn't a really ready pipeline of investable projects, even though capital was there. And that's why I decided we needed to change the way we were doing finance and actually work on the problem and structure. So, I mean, we need that ecosystem to reply to a question in one word. We need that ecosystem of technicians, of financiers, of engineers that are able to structure the project, but then later on that are able to execute, so that bridges to education. Because a lot of infrastructure projects have cost overruns or are really delayed because the people that should implement those projects sometimes doesn't have all the technical capabilities that they need. So I would say that's part of the answer.
So you essentially agree? You agree?
Yes.
Okay, so still on you. Everybody in the room here, most of the people in the room here run businesses. And some of them are hoping that, I guess, someday they are probably running businesses that are very critical or related to critical power, energy. Unfortunately, we don't have an energy expert here to speak to that. But power, infrastructure, energy, data center. What have you observed? I hope this one is not too wide. What have you observed? Yes, I agree with you. You've agreed that education is important. You've said systems, building pipelines. But as Africa is now, what you've observed, what are some of the most investable sectors?
Okay. And that's a very precise question. Thank you. Thank you. So, for me, I have a passion for agro-industry. And ever since I came back in Africa, those are where I saw the most impact on the ground. And I believe that's one of the sectors where Africa can change its model, and instead of exporting all the raw materials, actually build wealth, but a wealth that trickles down to actually the majority of people, because 70 to 80% of our populations are in rural areas, and they live, and their revenues come from actually agriculture. So if we can industrialize and have more industries transforming those agricultural projects, that I think we can have a significant impact on the quality of life of the people. And and when we want to take the bridge between that, bridging that subject between that and power and energy, you cannot have industry without power, because you have to compete with other areas where they don't have those surcharges. So you cannot have an efficient plant that runs 50% of the time. It doesn't work. And you cannot transform and then not be able to transport your products to your target markets. For me, it's more expensive to come here in Lagos than to go to France. Is that normal? I don't think so. So when it comes to trade, I mean, that's also a main hurdle, because we have a huge potential market that we cannot serve efficiently, because there's not the infrastructure that is needed actually to make it one big market that will enable industry to develop. So
yeah, thank you for that. Dr. Krishnan, so Mr. Siseye has said something about agro, his interest in agro, and which I agree, very fundamental. But then if you also want to think about the fact that we're in a global market now, and you mentioned AI, for example, initially, previously, artificial intelligence. We talk about the digital economy, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about how we need power and all of that. Do you think Africa is ready for artificial intelligence? And what I mean is Africa ready? I mean, are we able to really tap into that for economic growth right now? Do you think we're ready? And if not, from what you've observed, what would it take? And if yes, why?
On a positive note, we can say we are ready. But are we really ready for that? I don't think so. Personally, coming from that field, we are not ready. The biggest mistake what we all do is that comparison. We compare Africa to the West. Oh, this is happening there, so this must happen here tomorrow morning or today, now. But do we have the fundamentals ready for that? Are we prepared for that? Okay, you can dream it, but then you need to grow in our own pace. Because if you try to run fast, it's like a small kid try to run fast, he'll fall down, correct? And break his nose. That is where we will head up into. We need to grow, but in our own pace, building our own infrastructures. Because this is a golden moment for Africa, actually. So we shouldn't lose this game. Because really, look, AI is not something new as far as I am concerned. It's some old stories, but we polished it, in a different way. That's what it is. Whereas in Nigeria, we upgrade our cars, correct? Buy a 2012 car and upgrade it to 24. So this is some similar stories on the back end. But now, let's look at the reality. A lot of people are adopting AI at an organizational level, correct? Now, adoption is correct, learning it correct. How to use it? Because AI is a double-edged sword. It can happen in a good way as well as bad way. With the current position what we are having, it may tend to go into a negative side as a high probability because of various reasons. What is the reason? Reason number one for me is employment opportunities. You studied all the texts, correct? Let's take Nigeria. Around 280 universities, if I remember correctly. How many students are coming out after graduation, and that too from IT background? If they don't get a job, what they do? You can tell them don't do in the wrong way, all those things are fine. But if they don't have the food to eat in the evening, they are 100% going to do something wrong. And that is where we are heading into. So what we need to do? Capacity building, correct? Education is there. Okay, now education is there, that what is AI, how to use it, all those. How to use it rightfully, that is the biggest question. So how can we train them to use it rightfully to enable them to be of self-sufficient, correct? So that is the way we need to take it up. It is not that, okay, in my data center language, I can say we are globally, we are talking about gigawatts of data centers. AI, ready, this, that. Hold on. Do we have it here? What can we do to support that global ecosystem? What we have is, honestly, manpower, correct? And the mean age is approximately maybe 21 across Africa. That means approximately 500 million, half of the people, more than half of the people, is really a young age, the youngest continent, correct? How many of them can be polished and make them ready to fix that global problem? That is where we need to look at it. It's not to compete. Work with them. Then we grow from the side where we are good enough and capable enough to handle it. Because we lack infrastructure, we know, we have to accept it. And we don't need to copy paste it. And we can't depend on anybody else's infrastructure, especially on the data side, correct? Because there are a lot of data sovereignty policies are falling in place. And if you look at last 1 year, subsea cable cuts, biggest cloud providers going down, we don't have access to data. So it is high time to have an African-owned infrastructure so that, we handle it, we control it. But not controlling, there's nothing to control. We handle it in our own way of doing it. That is where I'm saying, technically saying, are we ready? We are ready, but we are not yet there. We need to do this grassroots level works a lot onto getting there.
So if I'm getting, I think a central theme here is we agree and we acknowledge that we lack the infrastructure. There is a need for education, literacy, digital literacy, education as a whole, empowerment of people. And then once we get those basics right, we can then grow from there. So I guess what I'll just say now is any final words to the audience. We're talking about Africa growth, growing Africa. We're talking about power and infrastructure, energy. What do you have to say regarding, what do you see the next 5 to 10 years happening? What are your thoughts?
As I mentioned, this is our time. There's no second thought about it. This is the time for Africa. Okay. Now, what we need to do is this. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, so 54 countries. Let's think at one. There's one Africa. Work together. Trust each other a bit more, so that we can grow this in a much better way. It's a golden opportunity in hand. And again, put our own things in place. Minimize the dependency factor. If you don't do that, still you are dependent on somebody else. So just minimize it. It's always our parents used to say, try to build your own house, even if it's a one room, correct? So that you don't pay your rent on a monthly or annual basis, and the tenant will come and the landlord will come and say, I'm increasing the rent by 100% next year. If there's no money to pay, then there's a problem. But if it is your own house, the worst case scenario, you will eat one time, or you will drink water and sleep. This is what it is. Yeah, exactly, correct. So let's build our own things by our own people here. And that everybody need to take it as a passion. Then 5 years or 10 years, we will really reach into a good pace.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. How about you? Any last words?
Yes, to sum it up, what my vision for Africa is that within the next decade, we actually learn to finance our own growth without relying on external capital. I think that when we take the local savings capacity, the wealth that can be generated internally, plus what we have in the diaspora, I really do believe that we can fund our own growth. And why is that important? It's important because we need to reduce that gap of perception of risk that is associated with investing in Africa. because we know our own realities, we can better price the risk that is associated with investing in our own projects. And I think that shift can be the turning point for the continent, where actually we can develop at a high pace. Since the money has to serve our agenda, and we cannot guarantee that if the money is not doesn't come from us. And that's what I dream for Africa, and I think it's achievable within the next decade.
Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing for you is minimize our dependency. It's Africa's time, and we should work together. Thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's Africa time. And a little over a decade ago, somebody wrote a book called Africa Rising. How many of us remember that book? Yeah, so that's what they're reiterating now. Well, yes, you're taking a picture. Dr. Ogo Okiti, the convener, please, we need you to come and join us. Please, can somebody help get the convener, Dr. Ogo Okiti, to join the panelists for this photograph? Dr. Okiti, please, and the representative of the Honorable Minister, please join us as well, and the chairman of the exchange, please join us. All right, it's Africa time. It is Africa time. We should learn to finance our own growth. We should trust each other a bit more. Yes, that's one of the things that they have said. Let's build our own things, buy our own people, and also we should improve our local savings capacity, because without savings, there can be no investments. And you know that in African homes, they say that you don't eat with your 10 fingers. Am I correct? Yes, you must save, and if you don't save, we cannot invest. Dr. Nana is here. He's an economist. He knows these things already. Thank you very much. Thank you, our speakers. We're moving right on to the next one. It's going to be brief and short as well. I'd like to invite Titi Ojo, Chief Executive Officer, Agro Change Consults. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for her. The focus of this will be, can export-focused agriculture drive Africa's productivity and growth? All right. Dr. Isaac Elugbadebo, is he here yet? Okay. And the co-founder of Mama F Foods, Christian Okoli. Is Christian Okoli here yet? Okay. And the last but not the least is Mr. Richard Wu, founder and managing director of Flywheel Economics. Here yet? Okay. Looks like it's going to be a one-person panel. So we just gist. It's going to be a fireside chat. Can export-focused agriculture drive Africa's productivity and growth? Dr. Okiti, we need you to be on standby. Right after this, we're going on to the very final one, and that's going to be talking money, money, money. We're going to have Mr. Chiemeka, Chief Executive of the NGX, two lawyers, and Ebizimo Wanepere, Head of Financial Operations at Bamboo. Our lawyers are from Udo Udoma and Bello Sagi, that's Onyeo Kafo, and Titilope Martins Wakwe from Denton Acres Law. All right, so we're talking financing exports. Can export-focused agriculture drive Africa's productivity and growth? Are you ready, sir? All right, please take a seat. Right. She's ready for you. Oh, you just want to? It looks like she just wants to be talking, sir. Please tell us. You don't look like you don't look like a farmer. No. You look too tush. Eh?
Oh, okay.
This is serious.
I was. Apparently, it's like you're the only one around us.
Can you just imagine that?
Imagine. Okay. So, anyway, there's been. Let me just announce this. After this panel conversation, we will take Professor Onana. Professor Onana is supposed to be with us tomorrow morning, but he can't not be with us tomorrow morning, and he has devoted the whole of today for us. He's supposed to speak to present Africa Economic Outlook tomorrow morning. So please bear with us. After this session, we'll take him, we'll go for lunch, then we do our breakout. That's the way we are working. Please bear with us. So talking about agricultural productivity, the idea here is simple. And for everyone that is familiar with the trajectory of economic development, whether is, I always say, you start with the UK, then you move to the US, then Europe, then you move to the Asia, you have then China, then India, then Vietnam. If you look at everything, there's some kind of differences in the way they have grown over the last 150, 200 years. But one thing is sure, and that is established in economic principle. You start with agric, and over time, you're able to produce more from the same measure of land. So, and that's why you had 80% or 80% of people working in agric, and in the US, it's now 2-3%. In the UK, similar. But I'm just giving some context and background so that we know the kind of conversation we're having here. But in most African economies today, you have two features that are not helping agricultural productivity. One is that many people are leaving the rural area for the urban areas, but they are not living for jobs. They are leaving the rural area just for the sake of living the rural areas. And because agricultural productivity is not the one pushing them out of the rural areas, it means that we are also struggling with food production in the rural areas. So the question then is that if we focus our agriculture on exports, because exports naturally boost productivity, because for you to be able to compete outside of your domestic economy, you really, really have to do better than others. Can we change the story? So that is really where we are. If we focus on agriculture, whichever way we want to boost agricultural productivity, maybe through that export, and say, okay, let's say Nigeria, for instance, because we want to focus on export, whether export of yam or plantain or wherever it is, can we use that to boost agricultural productivity and in turn boost our broader economic productivity? That's the question.
All right, that's a good question. I think yes. You spoke about urbanization, young people living, right? If we get the export agenda right, you'll be shocked that the same young people will go back to the village. And I'm telling you this because I went to my village in November or December, and I felt like staying back because I realized my father's cocoa farm was still there. And cocoa was having good pricing in the international market. So I had to Dad, before you pass on, write it in your will. Titi gets this farm. And truly, I wasn't even thinking twice. I was thinking of a good opportunity there. There's a house there, right? I can stay there. There's internet, in fact. In my village, there's internet. So I felt I wouldn't be missing too much, really. I can still do my work remotely. But that's an opportunity I saw. And suddenly I forgot about Abuja, where I came from. I thought I could stay in that place and still feed myself and make some good living from the cocoa farm. It's as simple as that. So when we're talking about export, of course, there's a friend of mine that says that export is a champions league of business. So it's like you're playing at a level where, of course, it's much higher than if you were operating in the local market. If there's an agenda, and I feel this is what can drive export in our country and in Africa, if there's an agenda to say, okay, within the next 5 years, this is what we want to produce. Maybe 5, we want to be known competitively for 5 different products, and we are not exporting raw commodities in this case. We're also, doing production, adding value, and we can get 10 times what we would have earned in the last 10 years, perhaps. And there's a structure to it, and there's a system. It will be attractive even to these young people living. And we can make more as a country. We can earn more. And the fact is, it's like walking backwards. So if we see the picture, we see the vision, we see where we're going to, we call it a 5 years agenda or a 1 point agenda, you'll be shocked that if we can get everybody into that plan, it's going to trickle down to even the small farmer in the village, because he knows that everything I'm producing is plugging into a system, and that system is going to the highest level of export. And when the money comes in, it's still coming back to us. So I really think that when it comes to agri-driven export or agri-export, yes, it's a great way to increase competitiveness and, of course, improve our economy. But there must be an agenda around it. There must be a system that works around it. Now, looking at where I've worked in the past 10 years, and I've worked when it comes to standards, I've done a lot in standards. I've done quite a work on the GIZ project, Nigerian Competitiveness, where we started looking even at local communities, and how local communities can even plug into the system. I've seen a lot of gaps. And I feel that an agenda, an export-driven agenda, can help us to also block those gaps. Because in the planning of those kind of projects, we can say, okay, when it comes to certification, this is what we're going to do. This is how it's going to be easier for even our farmers to get certified their farms. Then we begin to look at even the quality infrastructure as a whole, in fact, and begin to plug in the gaps. And everybody begins to plug into that same system. So we need something systematic, and we need an agenda. Truly, I'm an advocate of an agenda. I even gave a TED talk on an export-driven agenda in 2023. It's something I'm passionate about.
You very well. So there are two issues here. When we're talking about the agenda or the structure for us to make this work, where does the problem lie today? Is it in terms of the strategy, or is it in terms of implementing the strategy that we already have? And that's one question. I want you to also add this to it. For most economies, and the one I usually give as example is the UK, because that's the other country I know, my second country. So if you take the UK, for instance, this is the example I take, and I'm only looking from analysis point of view. If you look at where is the carbohydrate, they take it from bread, they take it from potatoes. But I want to leave bread alone. I just want to focus on the potatoes, because I figured this out when I was studying in the UK. And I realized that you could go to any supermarket and just pick a massive bag of potatoes for £1. So as a poor student, then, of course, that's your target. That's the first place you go to when you enter the supermarket. Now, with that potato, just talking about the structure and the agenda, you could boil the potato, you could mash the potato, you could do fries the potato.
Exactly.
You can do fries and chips, you can do fries and chicken, you can do... So they have... And the way my thinking is that is not accidental.
No.
They make sure that if you get your potatoes, then you will not be hungry for the day. So I want you to join these two dots. So is it the documents, is it the strategy, or we have just not been able to even structure anything? For instance, in my own opinion, I think we could do that with yam. I think then for their home protein is chicken. It's chicken. So it's not fish, it's chicken. Chicken is the cheapest protein. And if you also look at the chicken and chips, chicken and everything, chicken and chicken. If you go for fish, then you're already a millionaire. So, is there a way we can use that productivity, selective productivity, to boost national? Yes, please.
Okay, good. You reminded me of chicken. When I was at Cornell, chicken was so cheap. I was like, my God, I could take some home when I left. It was that good. Now, I think I'll start with the gaps I've seen, though, because you mentioned strategy. So strategy is very important. As a nation that wants to, or Africa as a whole, if we really want to, leverage export to drive economy, there must be a strategy that works. But it's not for lack of it, truly. Because we have a whole lot of strategic documents on our tables. We have more than enough. In fact, we even have policies too, policy documents sitting and gathering dust. I think implementation has always been where the issue is. Now, currently, I consult for the British Standards Institution on a standards partnership project in Nigeria. I'm the national coordinator. And where we started out at the beginning was to talk about the national quality policy, which was approved, I think, in 2022 or 2023. And while we started engaging the private sector itself, most of them don't even know that policy exists. Until today, when we engage private sector, they're still asking, oh, there's a policy. But this policy has been out for the last 3-4 years. And we're drawing strength from that policy in every engagement. But they don't know anything about the policy. So the National Quality Council had to tell us that, you know what, maybe everywhere we go to, we have to start with the policy. Let's first present this policy so they know that a policy even exists. And this is what is expected of both the government in this policy. This is what is expected of you, the private sector, you, the trade associations. This is how you plug in to make this policy work. So there's that gap, and it has always been a gap, truly. We are done with policies and we just put it somewhere. The people that should implement the policies, beyond those that created it, probably don't even know it exists. So that's one major gap that I see. And in our policy-making process, we also have a challenge because we also it's not very inclusive in many cases. The people that should be seated at the table are not there. So if the head of trade associations are on that table for the policies, and we give them a mandate that once this policy is approved, you take that and run with it, get your associations involved in this policy, let them know this is what it is in for them, let them know how they should act under this policy, it becomes easier. So we need to begin to also bring in those that need to be seated at the table and also implement in strategic ways where we leverage the people that need to take and run with it, to run with it. It ends up, the information and the practicality of it gets down to the people that need to do it. So that's one I'm going to talk about. So that's one gap I've seen there. The second gap is research. Now, we can do so much in agriculture. One single product can have, like cassava, for example, you have almost 13 or 15 byproducts from cassava. If only we take time to develop every part of the value chain of this product, cassava alone can do so much for Nigeria. But maybe because of the quick wins, some of us just want the quick, easy, I'll just sell the raw material and off I go. But that raw material that is shipped in tons could produce 13 other things if you really sit down and look at it. So I was a coach. I was a coach for Future Females Empowerment, a UK program in 2022, thereabout. And one lady, two of them, in my coaching sessions, mentioned, one person told me that there was someone from the US that asked her, she wanted dried fish, powdered fish. And that was the first time she was hearing that powdered fish was possible. And she was like, well, that made her stop in her tracks. Like, powdered fish, you mean people have need of such a product? And I asked her, I said, yes, that's a challenge to you. It's telling you that you can actually produce powdered fish because somebody needs it in another country. And I said, okay, you have to build a team. You have to get food nutritionists, you have to get food scientists, perhaps some bio, those courses that we don't even think they're useful in university. Recently as well, we're doing an ASIP training, British Standard Institution, did some HACCP, that's the hazard analysis and critical control points. It's a food safety training for SMEs, and I was in Lagos, I just left Lagos last week. And what I realized is there was a lady there that did, I don't think it's biochemistry or agronomy or something. Our contribution in that class was top-notch. Top-notch. I had to ask her, what did you study? And she told me about the course. I said, these are the courses we even belittle here. And see how this girl is giving so much contribution when it came to food safety in this room. So we're not even creating an ecosystem that makes everybody see that, man, even what I'm doing right now, something can happen. The courses I'm studying, and that's the employment part anyway. The course I'm studying right now, I can contribute to this export ecosystem. And that is where that whole agenda I was talking about, it will even percolate down to educational system. What kind of courses should we begin to teach in our universities so that when these guys come out, they contribute to the same export agenda and we continue to grow it? So research is a major thing. From fish, you can do so much. There's oil. From fruits, we have oils from fruits. We have juices. We have a whole lot. So research too is a major thing. But there are also gaps too, of course. Infrastructure gaps would always play out any day. But one thing is, the SMEs themselves that also form the nucleus of these things we're talking about are not even knowledgeable. They lack a lot of knowledge and capacity, truly. I've been to many places in the last 3 weeks. I've mentioned I was also at TED, that's the Trade and Exchange Department. They had a retreat, so I was on the panel like this. And one of the things that came out from that conversation was the lack of knowledge among SMEs. And I thought, wow. So yes, SMEs don't even have the patience, number one. Some of them are not even patient enough to learn. What do I need to do? And be patient to build. But beyond the building, they also need support. So when we have an agenda that is a national agenda, we would have fashioned in the support as well to say, okay, this is how we're going to support these small businesses so that they can also be part of that whole process, part of that entire funnel. And let me say this. When it comes to export market or exporting, some of us still think about it as a domestic thing. No. The export market does not even reward your effort. It's the result they see. If you like, spend 100 years trying to ship a container, 40-foot container. When it gets to the border and it's bad, they don't even care whether you spend 40 years doing it. So there's a whole lot that should go into that. Certification is very key. Even financing, you mentioned financing. Many times, financing opportunities are not value chain financing. We want to just finance one part of the process. But this guy cannot move if you don't finance this part. So we're talking about businesses getting certification. But before you can get certification, it could cost you millions of naira. Oh, banks say, I cannot fund that part because I don't know how that works. But I will fund it when the product is ready. And the guy is like, well, the product is ready, but it's not certified. So how do I still export? So we also have to rethink export financing. So there are some of the gaps I've seen. And I feel that if there's an agenda, I still talk about that agenda. Because an agenda means there is commitment. And there must be a way we all begin to now commit. Please, one more thing. Our trade associations is another gap. Many of our trade associations are bordered around politics. Oh, yes. So we need to change our mindset as well. Yes, very important. Because trade associations also should self-regulate. We should regulate members to ensure there is a standard. In Nigeria, for example, because we don't have standards, it makes it difficult even for us to participate in export. It makes it difficult. We are suspect every time. Because even within our own countries, we don't have any standard. You buy granite here, the same, you go, it's a different standard. You buy Gary, is a different standard. A friend of mine exported Gary. I think has got burnt recently. She's been doing Gary Jebu, and her market is in Abuja and Lagos, doing very well. But she needed to ship a chunk of Gary Jebu. And the person I wanted to buy said, include yellow Gary with it as well. So because yellow Gary is not their own product, she sourced it from Delta or somewhere in the southeast. My dear, it was a disaster. Over almost 500 bags of Gary Jebu wasted. When the Gary reached London, the Gary yellow has turned black. It was black. So the agent, and she had borrowed money from the bank to do this thing. So when the agent that was working her was to call, she said, Titi, you have to be here. Oh, I want you to listen to this conversation. She called me into her inner room. And she told the person, I'm talking to a guy of export here. So she used to hear what's going on. And the guy said, Auntie, well, there's no way I can sell Gary that is bad already. And because that Gary was bad, the guy rejected the Gary Jebu as well. And he said, no, I can also buy this one. So this shipment was almost close to 30 million or something. Now she has shipped it. The country is expecting repatriation of funds. The thing was not sold now. The agent said, you know, madam, I'll keep the Gary Jebu, but I'll just keep it in the warehouse until I find someone to buy it. She has to pay for warehousing. As long as that Gary is there, she's paying every day for that Gary to be kept somewhere. So these are the issues, really. We don't even have quality. We need to build that. Because if we have a quality infrastructure that works, nobody will doubt us anymore. And that's why we go to countries where we are so sure their quality is there. We don't even ask questions. We buy. And off we go. Because we know they have a system of quality. That is the last gap I'm talking about, is building a solid quality infrastructure where our labs are working. Somebody will say, go and test this thing in Greece. Because he wants to buy from you, you have to pay for tests in a Greek country. They're telling you to Germany to go and do a test. And in Lagos alone, do you know how many labs are here? Yes, we cannot believe in these things. Oh my God, it's a lot. Let me just stop.
So, okay. I mean, you know, the reason these conversations are very, by the way, there's supposed to be somebody from Sun here.
Good.
Okay. I will give you because I know we invited someone from. Okay,
yes.
I'm coming. Okay, so we will give you.
Excellent.
So let me just. So, where we are today, because I just don't want to be focusing on. You've mentioned the gaps. So, what do you think is the greatest? You can use Nigeria as an example,
right.
But it's not only Nigeria. This is an Africa-focused conversation. Where do you think we have the greatest leverage? I mean, meaning, what do we do now to move the needle? Because the reason, and I will give it to the lady from Sun, because we have cultural issues, and if we just, anything goes quick. I mean, quick. I've never seen anyone that likes it quick like us. You know, we just like it quick. It must be, you know, it must be quick. You know, so where do you think we can start from?
All right. We have what it takes, whether you like it or not. We have what it takes. Because after we did that training on ASIP and there was another ISO 50001, I saw commitments from these SMEs truly. First, they were excited that they got that kind of training and they could see where their gaps were, and they're willing to go back and begin to work properly, to check their systems, to make sure that quality is at the level where it should be. So when it comes to agriculture, first of all, Nigeria even has a competitive advantage in terms of arable land, and we can grow so many varieties of things. So the issue of the primary production is not even a major, it's not even the issue as it were. It's about transforming that primary produce, what we can produce. First, getting more people to farm, definitely. Because when we have young people that should be on the farm running, then who's left? So, but until agriculture is attractive, we can't be telling someone to go to the farm when it's not attractive to him or he's not seeing money there, right? So the farm, the raw material is there, the land is there. It's not a big problem. Sometimes I used to say that God will even be looking at us. You people, I've given you what you need now. What's going on here? So we have that. We need the manpower. We need skilled manpower. Like I talked about research, people that would say, we're going to change the lot of this thing. Okay, so I keep coming back to the export agenda. I don't know why, because it's top of my mind. But when I was looking at my notes earlier, when I was thinking of this particular session, SON actually even came to mind. I had one note around SON. And the thing about SON I wanted to say was, we have a standards organization of Nigeria. It's a body, and in fact, in the course of working with SON when on the BSI, I came to realize that maybe SON is the most important organization in this country, that we do not even know, seriously, that we do not even understand their role, truly. Because in creating standards, SON is for standards, for crying out loud. And one thing that the associations I talked about earlier can leverage is when we do self-regulation, right? The cocoa people are even trying on that. Other produce associations can say we're setting a standard for this produce. So every farmer should produce to this standard, and they go to SON and say, we want you to help us develop a standard for this. And SON will do it. And once the SON concludes that standard and all of that, it could take years, but eventually it becomes a national thing. Said, if you're going to do this, you must go along this standard. So I feel that SON has a great role to play anyway. So we have the institutions that can help us. So we have them too. It's also for the institutions to actually know their role too, and know that it goes beyond punitive measures. It goes beyond punishing offenders. It goes to capacity building of the people that will be engaged in this export. So SON, and I know they're doing NAFDAC, and we have all those organizations, but I believe they could do better, really. I believe there's always room for improvement. So raw material, the land, we have it. Oh, we have that. We don't lack it. We have so many institutions of government that has been set up for this export ecosystem. And yes, we're still here. So it's also a call to this. Of course, synergies amongst them is very key. So you have overlapping roles and territorialism that doesn't even help matters. So rather than convergence, it's just, they're always going this way. And the SMEs of the business community are the ones that suffer. But beyond that should be education. Beyond that should be capacity building. I think if you can do that, it's going to help us a great deal. And if you can create a vision, there's something about vision. So countries that have done very well, they created a vision at first. And when everybody could see it, they worked towards it. So maybe it's time to create a vision, really. Yeah. And say, this is where we want to be as a country. And this is how we all plug in. Because we have what we need is here. Honestly, it's here. I know so.
Thank you. So can we take comment from the lady from SOM, please?
Okay.
In response to
let
this.
me first of all introduce her properly. And you can start to come. She's assistant director at SON, and she's the head of conformity assessment unit. Chidima Iwuzie, put your hands together for her. She's representing the Director General, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwu Nonso Okeke. You first of all take your seats. She has a presentation, which she will do later. This your laptop conforms with standards. Okay, correct. Correct. Thank you for handing it over to me. All right. Carefully take your seats.
Yes,
right.
sir. Please.
So you want her to make a few remarks?
Yes,
you can
pleasure,
please allow the microphone. Thank you.
Yes. Your comment, yeah.
Yes, my comment is, in fact, while she was talking, I'm Chidima Iwuzie again. I'm the head conformity assessment unit of Standards Organization of Nigeria. Madam Titi, thank you very much for introducing our activities. And it's good we are here today. And I can see that we have representatives from different countries. It's not just Nigeria. So whatever we're going to present here today, we're going to speak on the role of the national standards body. because you can only have one national standards body in any country, just one representing a country. And when it comes to trade or commerce, you cannot take it away from standards. International best practice, let me put it that way. And we're also happy we have learned people here. So what it means is that you are going to understand the implications of not implementing agreements, trade agreements. So, Madam, thank you again.
So, Madam, you are still doing you are doing many official roundabouts.
Honestly,
and you know, one of the things we don't do in Africa Business Convention is Africa roundabout.
No.
So let me just go straight to the point.
Do.
Yes, please. No, because all these people could be somewhere else working, and we hold them relevant information, not you know what I mean. Why are we not able to maintain standards?
If you use the word we are not able to maintain standards, that means you're generalizing it, because there are people who are also meeting standards.
Okay, what I mean is this.
Okay,
so I'm very happy to have this conversation. So why is it that we can't all agree that this is the standard?
Okay.
For anything.
Yes. In fact,
because for instance, let me give you an example.
Okay.
I will hone up. On Instagram, I saw a shoe I like. I saw the price. After checking the shoe 3 times, I see that one from the UK. Yes, because from the one in the UK, I know who they are. The one I see on Instagram in Nigeria, I am not sure. And I don't have the money to waste. So in economics, prof is here. I'm a doctor. He is prof. So, but there's one thing we both have, we call it asymmetric information. Because the seller has an information that me, the buyer, does not have. The seller has that information, whether it is genuine or not genuine. But to me, I don't have that information. And it means that your body, which is supposed to be the middle man between that and that, is failing.
Are you done?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. First, I must start by encouraging you to patronize made in Nigerian goods. That is number one. Because, no, wait, I just said something. Because you already have that mindset that every product from Nigeria may not meet your standards or quality requirements, because quality, as we speak, is even relative.
Yeah, that's a value.
Okay? So, there are quality products, even the shoe products you're talking about. This same shoe, don't be surprised that the one you think you're ordering from UK was manufactured here and exported to. No, wait now. I've not finished. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that there are standards for these products. Another question I will ask you, sir, doctor. Have you taken? No, wait now. I'm just using your illustration to get to something. Have you bothered to check if there's a standard for coupling for shoes, for the type of shoe you want to purchase in Nigeria? Have you bothered to do that check?
Okay, so let me answer it this way. If I go to the Nigerian store, nice shoe, what I see is shine bubble, right? So I see a nice shoe, right? I go to the UK one. I say leather, top, leather, sole, leather. When it's not so leather, they will put it there that it's not leather. Do you get my point? That is standard. meaning that they know that someone is checking, that this is what you are putting out there is what it is, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now this your observation or whatever perception you or what you have seen is fantastic. Another question I will put to you, because do not forget, it is our national responsibility. Have you bothered to take this your observation? Have you written to Son of this your observation about the labeling? No. Standards are not elaborated by SON. It is by stakeholders like you. A stakeholder can be the maker of the product, the consumer, the person that is consuming the product. So my question to you, sir, because that is why I'm here. In fact, when I got here, I didn't know this conference's figure. This is the first time, I think this is the first time you're inviting Son to the conference. Yeah. So it is our collective responsibility. By the time we finish our presentation today, sir, you will understand that we are custodians. We warehouse the standards you prepare. We align it to the required format, technical format for trade. We gazette it and make it an official document for trade. So today, we are going to, when it comes to standards, you were mentioning, madam, we have standards for groundnut. We have standards for gari. The question is, the person that is exporting, what amount of information does the person have? I'm going to also state in my presentation how you're going to bridge this gap. It's a collective effort. It's a national responsibility.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So this is how we'll proceed. Please, can you confirm the time for lunch? Yes, so that, Prof, I think you should make your presentation now. And then if there's time before the lunch, we'll take your presentation. Then we'll go for lunch. Then after the lunch, we'll come back for our breakout sessions. Yes.
Okay, we still have some time before lunch. We have 40 minutes. It's 1:30. Yes. So
40 minutes.
So we'll take Prof.
Yeah. Let's take Prof. Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to receive a standard lecture from somebody who knows and who should. Yes. Don't take my word for it. He's the chief economist of the Development Bank of Nigeria, Professor Nana. Please, he's been here. He has listened to everything that we have said. Okay, let's quickly take a photograph. Madam Kwaranga, please join them. Representative of the Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretary, please join them. Thank you. Prof, you can join them as well. Professor Nana, please join them. This is a standard picture. The cameras. The cameras that are imported to Nigeria, do you people standardize them? Let's check. What's the make? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, even the microphone, I'm not sure if it's standard. But the man who wanted to go with it, can you tell?
I need to go and check in Ivory Coast.
Thank you. All right, please return to your seats as I invite Professor Nana to the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Joseph Nana. I serve as the chief economist at the Development Bank of Nigeria, and I'm actually very happy to be here today. We've had a lot of conversation around the economy. We saw the 2026 Africa Yearbook, which I thought was quite innovative. We've heard a lot of comments from Madam Titi here regarding trade and the issues surrounding that. But more importantly, since I know the audience is a mix of public and private sector actors and not academics, I won't use too much technical jargon in my presentation. Simply put, I believe sincerely the African economic growth outlook should be taken with cautious optimism. And I say this because, as Dr. Okiti said earlier, we have observed uneven growth levels across the continent. The IMF recently published the top performers on the continent in terms of GDP. South Africa, we have Algeria, we also have Nigeria coming in third place since the rebasing of the GDP, and of course you have Morocco and Egypt and so on. But the truth is, if you dimension the African continent's growth story, you have to take a look at where the growth is actually coming from and what sector is actually driving this narrative. So from a regional lens, East Africa, led by Kenya and Ethiopia, are leading the charge. It's probably going to be around 5.5 to around 6% growth for this year. Second to West Africa region. Then you have Central Africa, of course, circa 3% thereabout. And last but certainly not least, you also have Southern Africa, with South Africa and Botswana and Namibia and so on, coming in around 2%. Notwithstanding, South Africa is still the largest economy in Africa. That's largely because of its size and its importance in terms of export-led growth. But we also know the setbacks or some of the risks to these outlook. For example, we know that Eskom, which is sort of like their power distribution, power generation company, Eskom, they've been going through a lot of structural reforms, transformation, if you will, but there's still some power challenges. And as we know in Nigeria all too well, without constant power, you have low productivity or low output growth. So a lot of sectors will not be able to take that leap or growth, if you will. That's a challenge there. But on the African continent, broadly speaking, we know there's a debt sustainability issue. Why for one, I believe debt is always a good thing, depending on how you use it. That's critical. And the challenge we've observed is African countries have a difficult time utilizing debt. So we have around 60 to 65% debt to GDP ratio. And there's a question that a lot of course, in academic circles and the public sector space, we continue to ask ourselves, does Nigeria, does Africa have a debt or a revenue problem? Any answers here, out of curiosity? What do you guys think? A+ students. It's a red herring question. We have both. We have a revenue as well as a debt problem. But the reality is this. So many countries have used debt sustainably to grow their economy. We have deficit spending growing advanced countries. Nigeria currently has a deficit right now. But that's not to say we're not growing. After all, the IMF, the World Bank have all alluded to the point that we are probably going to grow around 4 to 4.5% this year, which is quite remarkable, given where we're coming from. And if you observed just last night, I was reading, the president actually just signed the Electricity Act, which now gives the states the power to now take care of their own electricity in the respective states. So you no longer have to point to Mr. President for the challenges of the problems they're facing with no power and so on. You now look at your respective governors, which I think is a good thing. We now hold each individual accountable. That's important. But that's Nigeria. What about the commodity markets? The commodity markets is quite instructive because what we've observed is aluminum, copper, and gold, all-time high. So folks in that space are doing very well. I like to use a comment I enjoy all the time. My wife, she purchases a lot of gold over time. She said, honey, I'm going to Wuse Market. I'm like, what's happening there? We live in Abuja, sorry. So Wuse Market is a popular market in Abuja. So she said she's going to Wuse Market. She's never been. I said, what's happening there? She said, I'm taking my friend and we're going to go sell some gold. I'm like, okay. She said, I've accumulated gold over the years and I want to dispose some and buy some. I said, well, that makes sense. Why? Gold is trading at an all-time high. Last I checked, $5,500 per ounce. That's remarkable. In Nigerian terms, it would be around 200-something thousand per gram. So, in short, she turned a major profit. The total gold she had sold was over 5-6 million naira, but she had purchased it altogether less than $1 million naira. And I said, wow. But what is driving? We have to ask ourselves, what's driving these commodities to keep going up? Economists would like to say, oh, demand and supply factors and so on. But central banks largely have been buying a lot of gold. They've been using it as a store of value because of the dollar's depreciation, if you will, on the global market. So these are all opportunities that businesses here can take advantage of. Last week, incidentally, I was in Lagos. I was here because the UNDP had a program on African continental free trade area implementation, challenges, opportunities, and so on. And they asked me to speak. A lot of organizations were there, customs were there, and so on. And I thought it was quite instructive that these key people were in the room. Because oftentimes we call ourselves in rooms and we're talking to each other, but the key people who need to hear it aren't there. So, in short, what we have observed as far as the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation, some SMEs, well, I would just argue most SMEs face this problem. When they take their good from Nigeria through respective West African countries to the final destination, say, let's say Ghana or Kenya, they continue to pay a tax at each respective border. And is it for lack of not knowing or lack of the recipient customs not understanding the protocol? The reality is this. In order for us to reap the benefits of AFTA, we all have to be armed with the knowledge. And if it means keeping the experts and who are the knowledge holders on those ports, we have to do that as well too. Because so many businesses have gone under in the past year because of these bottlenecks. And it's quite painful, especially Madam Titi's story regarding the demurrage charges that folks end up incurring for storing their goods because they can't get off-takers or because the ports won't allow it to come into the country. And that's because of not meeting the recipient country standards. And that's quite instructive because this occurs over and over across the continent. So, in the past conversation here, I heard something and I wanted to just make another comment on it, which was regarding understanding standards of goods and standards of quality of the goods. In general, it's a function of preference, really. Some people prefer inferior goods. Some people prefer superior goods. But it's the individual purchasing scale of preference. However, ultimately, there should be a standard across the board that demarcates which, I'm sorry? The standard across the board. That's the bottom line. Because information asymmetry will seep in, and ultimately, one person feels cheated in that transaction. And that's why that business or that country will end up getting a bad name. So, What are the risks to these overall outlook? A lot of African countries don't have fiscal space. And what we mean by fiscal space means they don't have enough elbow room to grow as much as they would like to because they're repaying debt obligations. They're focusing on recurring expenditure because their size of government and governance is a bit bloated. And I'm not just looking inwards, I'm also looking outwards. This happens across the continent. To be sure, the outlook for Africa, and dare I say Nigeria, still remains bright, but with cautious optimism, because with any geopolitical shock, that impacts businesses and impacts our ability to grow and pivot when we need to. But ultimately, dare I say this, when we speak about the African Continental Free Trade Area, individually, each member country remains too small to achieve economies of scale. And I say this because everybody wants to be the king of the hill. And it's terrible. It's sad, really, because you grow at snail's pace. Some of the opportunities that I see in this African Continental Free Trade Area is regional value chain enhancements, especially in the intermediate goods ecosystem. Think automobiles, for example. You folks are businesses, so think automobiles. Think about the components, intermediate goods that goes into an automobile. A lot of African countries are busy trying to build e-vehicles and manufacture vehicles and so on and so forth. I was in Morocco. We went to Port Med. Anybody been to Port Med? Port Med is, you can literally see Spain from Port Med. And the way and manner in which the ports, the customs, clears goods there, they do it better than the US. I know the US very well. Port of Miami, New York, LA ports, I know the US very well. And I can assure you, they perform quite efficient. They clear goods at record pace, and they export vehicles in the tens of thousands. So now, when it comes to the ports here in Nigeria, I learned just last week, because I moved back to Nigeria circa 8 years ago, December 2017. And I came back with my car. It took me about a month to clear my car. However, now I've learned that it takes approximately 2 to 3 days to clear a vehicle. That's quite, in Nigeria, it's quite impressive. So for me, I call a spade a spade. When we see good things, you praise. It's important to do that, to encourage the respective bodies to continue doing more, not just condemnation. Son, they do a lot of work. Believe you me, I've been to the office and they do a lot of work. But again, somehow we as citizens, we have a difficult time regulating ourselves. We try to look for shortcuts, and that's the bottom line. So when we look in the mirror, we tell ourselves the truth, then we better for it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to bore you with too much talk, but in conclusion, the geopolitical risks are there. The tariffs are there. The headwinds in terms of structural transformation, subsidy removal, new stabilization policies, they're all there across the respective regions I've mentioned in Africa. But ultimately, dare I say this, because we have the animal spirit, there's a famous economist, he's late now, by the name of Joseph Schumpeter. He coined the phrase creative destruction, which is apt for what we consider AI today. There will be innovations that will come and take away jobs. However, it creates rooms for better, high-skilled jobs. So ladies and gentlemen, AI, like my colleague said, is a double-edged sword. It could be good, it could be bad, but in reality, we have to embrace it because change is already here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Nana, and congratulations on being able to bring your car from the US to Nigeria. I'm going to try and export my own car from Nigeria to the US, and I'm going to do it using the port of Morocco because they're more efficient than the port of Miami, and the ports, they're more efficient and effective than the port of Miami. Yeah, very interesting points you made. Individual economies are too small to achieve economies of scale, so we should be looking at regional strength. And Joseph Schumpeter's concept of creative destruction is what we see as AI today. And all of us are beneficiaries or victims, depending on how we choose to use AI. Before AI, we were all using Google. And before Google, we were all using Encyclopedia Britannica or Encarta. And before Encyclopedia Encarta, what were we using? So innovation and knowledge is in a constant state of evolution. So don't hate AI. Okay, let me speak like a Yoruba boy. Don't hate AI. Yeah. Love it or die trying. So it's now time for us to listen to a standard presentation from a standard woman representing Standard Organization of Nigeria. She has put her standard laptop here, and she'll be holding the standard microphone to deliver her standard lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her. Chidima Iwuze. Can we have the technical crew help us drop the projector? Usher, please help us call someone from technical crew. She needs the projector.
We have a lot to discuss. Not much. It's taking time. Maybe I should start. Okay, but it would have been interesting, you see, because I know most of the things we are going to discuss today, it's going to sound a little bit on the other side, but they are relevant information I think all of us are supposed to have. So as I am here to represent the DG Standards Organization of Nigeria, the person of Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwunomso Okeke, who is unavoidably absent, and he made sure that a representative is here today with you. Today we're going to talk on the role of standards and the use of conformity assessment procedures in global trade facilitation. As we try to bring things together so that you can, because it's a lot of information. So we just want you to understand the key details that you need in trade, especially for us to boost our businesses in Africa. And please, as we go on with this presentation, we also want you to relate it, because most times when we talk of trade, commerce, people just limit it to products alone or to produce. When we talk of trade, you need to think out of the box. services is part of trade. Like the discussion we had earlier, you talk of products as a shoe. Now, the service, who made that shoe? What competence does the person have? So when in our discussion today, what we're going to look at is going to, as we talk on standards and conformity assessment, also picture services, your profession, there are standards. In the banking sector, there are standards. In the insurance companies, there are standards. How well are we meeting up with the requirements, international requirements? Because that is actually what can remove the barriers in our trade, help us to gain more market access. The outline, things that we're going to talk on, we're going to, at least because I'm from Standards Organization of Nigeria, I'm going to introduce my organization because they made it possible for us to be here. Then we're going to look at what standard is. We're going to hear about conformity assessment. Okay, we're going to understand what accreditation means. We're going to look at how does these standards and the use of indiscriminate conformity assessment procedures provide market access, because this is something you need to know. We are going to look at the importance of conformity assessment in global trade. Then I'm going to inform you of SON services. Your collaboration with SON, what is it going to, of what benefit is it going to give to our economy? As we speak, you also relate it to your NSB. Earlier I've mentioned that you can only have one NSB in a country, one standards body in a country. SON, is the IT coming, sir? Hello? It's coming? Okay. Okay. So I should wait or I should continue? I should wait. I can continue, okay. Okay, Standards Organization of Nigeria is the apex standards body in Nigeria. SON was established in 1971. I'm sure most people here, they don't even know about SON. Was established in 1971. And SON has an act backing it, okay? The act number 20 of 90, okay, the act has been amended 4 times. In 1976, in 1984, in 1990, and the current one was amended in 2015. SON has a governing body that is called the SON Standards Council. So before any standard is approved, it must pass through, it must be approved by the Standards Council. SON is headed by the a director general, okay, and chief executive. We call it DGCE, Director General, Chief Executive. The mandate of SON includes preparation of standards relating to products, measurements, material, processes, and services. We promote national, regional, and standards at national, regional, and international levels. We carry out certification of products and services. We assist in production of quality goods and services. We help to improve measurement accuracies and circulation of information relating to standards. SON coordinates, please mark that word, SON coordinates the development of standards in respect of metrology, materials, commodity structures, and processes for the certification of products in commerce and industry throughout Nigeria. And when we say we coordinate, it's not the organization we don't sit down to write the standards. It is the stakeholders that come together to decide, to put the benchmark. They specify the benchmark. That is the barest minimum of the quality of that product. When they agree, when the stakeholders agree, then it's SON formats it because there are procedures we are going to take, we are expected to take in developing standards. We'll get to that. So some coordinates the development of standards. Some promotes and manage the relationship with international organizations involved in standardization activities, such as the International Organization for Standardization, the ISO, the International Electrotechnical Commission, the IEC, the Codex Alimentarius Commission is a joint committee that is managed by SON because its Codex is for food. So NAFDAC is also involved. So it's a joint committee. But SON is the DEX for standards in food. Okay? AFSEC, ECOWAS. You know, ECOWAS is a region. So there's even a standards in ECOWAS, which I'll still show you, for harmonizing standards to facilitate trade in ECOWAS region. You have the WTO and the ASO, African Regional for Standards, Regional Organization for Standardization. That's the ASO. ASO has a technical committee too that harmonize standards from all African regions. We call it continental standards, but you still, great. But you're not to project. How do I project my slide? Okay, ASO. Enhance effective implementation of standards and quality assurance activities, okay? I've mentioned. Okay, now we have the international standards, which I've mentioned, the ISO, IEC, ITU Codex, okay, which are voluntary. We have the continental standards, like the ASO, the EN standards for European Union. You have AFSEC, they're also voluntary. You have the regional standards, like the EAC standards for East Africa. You have SEDEC standards for South Africa, that's southern part of Africa. Then you have the ECOWAS standards, which I had earlier mentioned. Then we have the national standards, which is our NIS, the Nigerian Industrial Standards. Okay, then you have BSI for British. That is their national standards. Okay. We have company standards. Of course, every organization has its own operational cultural standards. Okay, there are also standards. Okay, yeah. Now, what is standards? I need them to project, okay? What is a standard? A standard is a document established by a consensus of subject matter experts and approved by a recognized body that provides guidance on the design, use, or performance of material, products, process, service, system, or person. I mentioned the word consensus. Consensus means there must be an agreement. And in standards development, if you don't make contribution, like most African countries do not contribute in international standards development. So, if you don't send in your comments, or if you're indifferent, you want to abstain from it, you need to indicate, you need to pass that information through your national standards body. If you don't participate, it is assumed that you are okay with the standards. So there must be a consensus. That's that agreement before standards is accepted. Then There must be a body that must approve the standard, a recognized body that must approve the standards before it is accepted as a standard. Just say connect. That's it. No, it's okay. Yeah. Can it go off? No, that is there. Yeah. You're welcome. Okay, so that's the definition of a standard. It's the ISO definition of standard that I just mentioned. The reasons for establishing standards is to remove technical barriers to trade. What do we mean by technical barriers to trade? When, let me use 2 countries now, is an example. Maybe the shoe that was produced and you have tried to put in your best in producing the shoe, and you take it to a market, and maybe you have met the standard, and somebody else will come and say, I will not buy this shoe, okay? Maybe because he doesn't like your face or something. But standards is something that when you meet the requirements for that product, the person cannot say, I will not buy this shoe because of quality or standards. A typical example is what is going on between, please permit me to use this example, America and China. Most times China produces for America, right? Now, America does not want to buy from China. Not that they don't want to, they can't say it's quality, but what they can do to protect their industry is to do what? Raise the taxes. You see the advantage of meeting standards, specification. That's why China can sell to Europe and other countries. You cannot say, I will not buy it because you have not, your product is bad. It has not met. No, they have produced to the standard. So all you can do is to raise your tax because you're allowed to protect your local industry in trade agreements, okay? So WTO, the World Trade Organization, has recommended 6 principles that should be part of the process of international standardization. WTO requires that okay, I think it's coming up. For a standard to be accepted, you must apply these 6 principles. You must be transparent, transparency. What it means is that the process should not be hidden. People cannot wake up and see a standard the next day. No, you must be transparent. Openness, information regarding the development of the standard must be made available. Impartiality and consensus. I had explained what consensus is. Everybody must agree. If you don't say anything, it's assumed that you have accepted it. Consensus in standards development. Relevance and effective. The standard must be relevant to the demands of the market. And it must be able to bridge that gap. That's the reason why you are creating the standard. Okay? You don't just create standard because you want to write. There must be a need in the market before standards comes up. Okay? Coherence. What the document says here is what it's going to say anywhere in the world. You don't change things on your own. You don't just, it must be the same thing everywhere. And developing countries' interest must be put in the standards developed to show you that in Africa, we're even at an advantage. We are considered. They want to buy our products. So our interest is protected. Okay? I had mentioned the 4 levels of standards. That's the hierarchy of superiority. Let me use the word superiority. You have the company standard, okay? Then you have the national standard. You know, when you have a company standard that does not meet the national standard, what do you think happens? Okay, okay. You have the national standard. So the national standard, when it comes to regulation, supersedes the company standards. If you want to sell in a country, you must meet with their standards. So it is expected that the company standard is more stringent than the national standard, because the national standard only gives you the barest minimum, what you are expected to put in place. But your company standard says, I want my product to be the best. You're aiming for the best in the market. So you must meet the national. So the national standard in this hierarchy, in terms of regulation, is higher than the company standards. Then regional standards, when there's a regional standards, like the ECOWAS standard I've talked about. If you don't meet that standard, you cannot sell in ECOWAS, okay? You can't take your product cannot cross the border. Then you have the continental standards, the ASO standard, which is applied in AFTA. I will show you. There's an agreement between AFTA and ASO. It is recommended that you use it. So if Nigeria adopts all the ASO standards, it will ease trade in AFTA, okay? The international standard, of course, the ISO standard, which is for if you want to access more markets globally. Then types of standards. You have product standards. It relates to the characteristics of products so that the consumer is given better quality and safety guarantee. Example of product standards, you have standards for wheat flour, sausage roll, leather-made shoes, and so on. Your textiles, standards for services you receive in hotels, standards for restaurants. There are standards, international standards for them. Okay? You have service standards. These assures organizations of a continuous minimum quality in respect of specific service standards. Also establish rights and obligations for both the service provider and the user of service, so that the responsibilities of each party are clear to everyone. So in the standards, service standards, like the standards for hotels, it specifies what you expect to see as the barest minimum in a hotel. It also specifies how you as the guest is expected to comport yourself during the set. I'll run. Okay, yeah. Then you have the process standards, you have the management system standards. Which then this is a sample of a process standard. You know, in agriculture, there are different products in agriculture. Even the way you process the goods can be marketable. It's also a business. Like we have some of the products we export from Nigeria. We export shea butter. These are the processing. If you meet the relevant standard, you can export it. Like for tourism, you have the tourism and related services, visits to industrial, natural, cultural, and historical sites, requirements and recommendation. By the time we adhere to this, then you can use it as a business avenue. Then conformity assessment is a process that demonstrates that a product, process, claims, system, or person meets the relevant requirements. Okay, the objective of conformity assessment is to provide the consumer or end user with a measure of confidence in products and services beyond purchase that is being purchased. Okay. Okay, that's types of conformity assessments. You have the inspection services, the auditing. You have the quality, the validation, verification. Then you have what it means, certification, what it means. Madam Titi kept saying certification, certification. So certification is the provision by an independent body of written assurance or a certificate that a product, process, service, or system in question meets specific requirements. So what happens is that most products from Africa, they don't undergo certifications, or they don't even try to get that independent. When they say independent, it's good you have your own test results, but it's better if you can, okay, have an independent report. Accreditations, of course, it's expected that most of this, the next slide, please. Most of these conformity assessment activities undergo accreditation. And accreditation is the formal recognition by an independent body, generally known as an accreditation body, to be capable and competent to carry out the activities that it has specified that it does. Okay? An accreditation, if your certification activity is accredited, the advantage is that by a recognized accreditation body, the advantage is that whatever tests or activity reports that you have will be recognized wherever your product or service is going to. Okay? In Nigeria, we also have an accreditation body, NINAS. In Kenya, you have KENAS. In Egypt, you have EGAS, and so on and so forth. Okay? How does these standards and use of indiscriminate conformity assessment procedures provide market access? Now we talk of the Marrakesh Agreement by WTO, which was signed in 1994, but it took effect in January 1995. And it will shock you that Nigeria joined WTO in that January 1995. China, that is everywhere, joined WTO in 2001. So Nigeria even joined WTO before China. But what did China do? China took this agreement seriously and worked to implement international standards as recommended in their business model. That's how China exports grew. It grew from 198 billion before 2001. Then when they joined after 2001, it rose to $33 billion. This is an estimate. You can still research more. Everything is online, so you can get it, okay? Then you have the ISO agreement with ASO. What that means is that as ISO is supporting ISO in all the standards they are developing. So most times you discover that ASO takes up standards from ISO, okay? Then there's an MOU signed between ASO, the African Standards Organization for Standardization, and AFTA, African Free Trade Zone, which that agreement was signed in November 2021. Elimination of technical barriers to trade that has consistently hindered the intra-African trade as provided for under the TBT annexes, which also recognizes the role of ASO in the same under the Article 6 of that AFTA agreement. So what that means is that it's recommended that you use the continental standards for trade. Then ECOWAS in June 2023 developed the ECOSHAM harmonizing standards, which makes it easier for ASO, for us to take our position when ASO standards are developed or ISO standards are developed. How to effectively navigate conformity assessment. The first is that you research and identify requirements early. When you have a product or a service that you want to embark on, you research to know, are there standards? Is there something that will make me that will make it impossible for me to trade or to take my business from one point to the other? So when you do this research and you get the answer, if there is none, you approach your NSB. If there is one, you still approach your NSB to get a copy and start implementing, okay? Step 2, you integrate compliance into product design. Make sure you integrate compliance into your product design. Then the step 3, you choose the right certification partner. Remember, I told you accreditation is important in choosing your certification partner. You prepare thoroughly. You prepare your documentation thoroughly. Then importance of conformity assessment. Of course, products meet standards criteria. That's the importance. You build trust when you have products that meet standards. High patronage. Of course, people will want to buy your products. Attract investment. Of course, you attract investors into your business, okay? Access to global market. Even access, this is just the barest limit. Access to loan, okay? Access to insurance and so on. Insurance will be happy to deal with you, that's it. Then services provided by SON. SON, we're into standards development, as I told you. We provide accredited laboratory services, testing services, okay? We are undergoing accreditation for our product certification activities. And in product certification, we have the SONCAP, which we have our IAFs that assist with that all over the world. We have the product registration decks. Then we have what we call the National Product Certification Department, under which we have the MANCAP, the Mandatory Conformity Assessment Program, where it's expected that all products in Nigeria, manufactured in Nigeria, meet with the barest national standards, minimum standards. Then we have the Product Type Certification, under which we call the SONESCAP, is for people who want to export their products. So it is expected that you get the standards. At most times, just like I told you, if you have the continental standard, depending on the country your product is destination, your product is going to. So you ensure that we try to help you to ensure that you meet the requirements of that country of where the product is going to. Then we have the SON Economic Zone Conformity Assessment Program. There are lots of economic zones, free trade zones. That's what we give, free trade zones around. So. And you discover that in Nigeria, most times those products in the free trade zone try to access our Nigerian market. So we try to ensure that those products also meet our requirements. Then we have the Service and Process Certification Division, where we certify services, depending on the services you're providing. Then the HACCP, certification is available as a National Food Safety Certification, which helps people to export products and they are accepted. Product identification for products that you think you have a product and you think there is no standard, then we'll start working on it while the production is being monitored to ensure that you don't endanger the lives of citizens. Then we provide what we call the National Register for Conformity Assessment Practitioners. We expect that all conformity assessment practitioners practicing in Nigeria should be captured or we should have a database by law. SON is mandated to maintain that. 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. Training services, we provide training services for all I've mentioned. Metrology and calibration have been accredited by ECAS. We are almost completing the accreditation. We've done the on-site assessment, so we're done with that. Collaboration with SON. Why do you need to collaborate with SON and your NSBs? First, standards development, certification of agricultural produce, testing services, research activities, of which the benefits are that we generate scientific data that we can use to back up our claims in Africa. Question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Standards Organization of Nigeria. That was a very standard presentation, right? Yeah. Do we also standardize like fashion items going out of Nigeria? Yeah. Okay. The lady in the red jacket, you have to come forward. I want you to standardize. Please come here, or else. All right. Please come here now. All right. Yes. Please come and stand there. The gray-haired punk guy, you have to come out here. Come here. Come here. Please, you have to come here. In fact, the three people on that row, the lady behind him and the two ladies, yes. Mr. Arogumasi, please put your hands together for these are people who are flying the flag of Nigeria. Please come forward, come forward, come forward. Mr. Kwaranga, please join them for a group photograph. Yes, the lady, yes, Rema, you are the one I'm talking about. You think we will not know you. And of course, the lady behind Rema, you know. You are the Rema. And of course, the person taking their picture, you too, you know you are part of it. Mix and match, Ashoki and Ankara. You came to a fist fight with a pump action rifle. All right, please come and join them. All right, madam, please, let's take this photograph before we go for lunch. These are the people that are showcasing Nigeria very elegantly. Wow. Africa Business Convention. These are the people growing Africa. No, you can come this way. They said the sun woman should be in the middle. All right, please join Mr. Kwaranga. And we'd like to have two of the ladies on this side, please. Any two come to this side so that we don't put the men on one side. Yeah, that's Rema. And one more person so that we can have the two men in between. Sorry, the lady at the end, can you come this way? Either way, you're at the end anyway. Either that end or this end. So come and be on this end. All right. Everybody say standards. Everybody say fashion. Everybody say palazzo. Everybody say combat. Everybody say ashoki. Everybody say adire. Everybody say jacket. Wait, madam. What kind of phone are you using? It's not standard. You see that's the problem. Yeah? When we ask you to go to Standards Organization of Nigeria before you buy phone, you see? All right, are we taking this in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1? It's lunchtime. We're going one flight of stairs downstairs. So please let's proceed for lunch and we will come back for the very last item on the program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for lunch. Thank you. Can we have some music, Mr. Media Crew?
I am a winner by default.
Break is over. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Break is over. Break is over. Break is over. Auto boys, auto girls, break is over. Please let's come back inside. We're about to begin. We're beginning the final leg. Thank you, everyone. Please come inside now. Thank you very much. We're waiting for you. Break is over. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. We're waiting for you. Our tech pointers, we're pointing at you. Mr. Akomu, we're coming into you. And that brings us to... You're the one we're waiting for. We're getting it started right away. All right. Thank you. We have less than an hour to round up today's session. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you had the opportunity to network. Supercharging the growth drivers of Africa's capital markets, private equity and investment flow. Onye Okafor, a partner at Udo Udoma and Bello Sage. Onye Titi Lope Martins Wakwe. Denton Acres Law. Mommy Rema, you're the one you're waiting for. Rema's mommy, we were waiting for you. And Madam Titi, thank you. You did. Rema's mommy and mommy's Rema's friend. Okay. Do we have Ifebuchi Madu here yet? Ifebuchi? Ife Buche and Ishmael Balogun are here. Michael Sudakarsa. All right, we'll take one panel after the other. Jobs, growing the promise of inter-African trade. The moderator is Miriam Odabe, founder and principal consultant, Rethink Strategy. Is she here yet? Miriam? Thank you. She's been here all day, actually. Put your hands together for Miriam. Please take your seats. Ifebuchi Madu, founder, Africa Stable, or Stabel. Put your hands together for her. And the CEO, Nigeria Indonesia Chamber of Commerce, Ishmael Balogun. Thank you. The time starts now. You have 19 minutes to go. Thank you. Everybody has a microphone? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miriam Odabe, and today we'll be talking about how trade operations contribute to job creation in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. It's been a very insightful day from the keynote speeches to the plenary sessions. It's been very interesting, and we've heard about how Africa has this. I would like to give us some time to round up our conversations. It's okay. It happens after lunch. Oh, yes. So we've heard about Africa's great potential. And in this session, I would like for us to talk more about how this potential can translate into actual economic outcomes. And Africa, as we know, is currently at the cusp of a significant growth, and there's been projections that by 2050, 1 in every 4 person globally would be a working, not just Africa, global working person would be from Africa. That sounds very good on paper. It sounds like a very great opportunity, but the question now is, while this presents as a wonderful opportunity, it also presents a challenge for the continent. Africa, as we know it, is still grappling with the issue of unemployment today as we know it. But think about in the future where every 1 in 4 person globally becomes a working African. This begs the question, where will the jobs of the future come from? Do we have enough jobs to sustain Africa's youth? And this question here is what this panel aims to address. And historically, job creation is driven by trade, by production, by regional integration. However, since the AFCFTA got founded in 2021, from then till now, Africa's contribution, Africa's intra-Africa trade contributions to every trade coming out of Africa has accounted for just 15 to 18%. Think of it this way. Every trade happening within the continent, the intra-Africa aspect of it is just 15 to 18%, which is significantly low. So today we'll be exploring conversations on how can we create trade or intra-African trade operations that contribute to the job of the future, which will eventually cater to the 2.5 billion people projected to be Africa's population by 2050. And with me today, we have 2 persons. from the industry who will be expounding on this conversation. First, we have Ms. Ifebuchi. Thank you. Ifebuchi Madu, who is the founder and CEO of Afrixtabel Textiles, a local textile production company out of Africa. And we also have Mr. Ismail Balogun, who is the CEO of the Nigerian-Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome and thank you for joining me on this conversation.
Thank you.
I would like to start with you, Ms. Madu, if you don't mind. Okay, good. So you're a local manufacturer who has traded across the continent. Realistically, okay, on the ground, moving goods across Africa's borders still remains a challenge. Okay, so from your logistics experience, production, and trade, what would you say are the challenges you have faced in moving goods across Africa's borders?
First, for someone that exports locally made textiles globally and African countries, the first challenge and the most pressing one is cost of shipping. So, so my business is B2B. So what that means is that we export like in volume. And so customers reach out from different parts of the world. Africa, for example. You guys will have a fantastic conversation about the price of the goods. And when it gets to the shipping cost, that's where the problem starts. And sometimes when they calculate how much they are going to use to ship the product, it's relatively more than what they are going to use to buy the product. And this reason is because a lot of shipping for locally made products are done via cargo air. So yeah, even though it's faster, but it tends to be more expensive, and small businesses struggle. Even though they are not the ones paying for the shipping, but it also affects their sales. And when you want to use alternative, like using transport companies, that also has its own challenges, because these are, on the road, there are some unclear policies, uncertainties, different checkpoints, stopping you for what you have and what you don't even have. There are no structure that enable you, like internet-wise, have access to the required papers that you need to use and ship. And even if you do, they could just come up with one name and say, oh, this paper is missing, you need to have it. And when you don't have it, it's either you pay or you end up losing your goods. And what happens is that, so these transport companies, because they are the road users, they know the challenges they encounter on the road. So when they want to cost the shipping fee, they will add all the inconveniences they will encounter on the road. They will put that all together and add it to your shipping cost. And then again, still making it a bit more expensive. And there are a lot of risk to using shipping via road. The road is bad, a lot of uncertainties. So, infrastructure could be a way to improve and set the shipping, the movement of goods across Africa and make it easier for small businesses to ship. Thank you.
A follow-up question for you. So the infrastructural challenges that exist and the costs that come as a result of them, who does it get passed on to? Is it you, the business owner, or the customer? And how does that serve as a deterrent for intra-African trade?
So it gets passed to both the customer and the business owner. The customer had to buy before you make money. So the two people are losing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about market access a bit, Mr. Balogun. So trade agreements on their own do not create like large-scale employment without firms and, of course, networks. In your capacity as the CEO of the Nigerian Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, what role do chambers, trade institutions, and business networks play in turning trade access into actual employment?
Thank you so much for that question. As the president of the Nigerian Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our primary role is to create opportunities for our members and help them to take their dreams, their aspirations into actionable processes that leads to profitability. And even as my co-panelist was speaking just now, we are highly solution-driven, right? We're very pragmatic, and we do that because of my own experience in the private sector. I've owned my own personal business for the last 20 years and counting. So there's a lot of experience that comes from the entrepreneurship background that we translate into my role as the president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So for example, the problem she's facing as an entrepreneur in the creative space or manufacturing space is a logistics nightmare, right? In this very hall, we have one of our members of the chamber, Prime Nest Logistics, who provide door-to-door services locally, internationally, and globally, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, beyond just opening the market for our members, we make sure that whatever the issues are, we're bringing solution-driven approaches. So this challenge could be legal. This challenge could be logistics. This challenge could be access. And when I mean access, at times you're doing certain businesses and you need to deal with Ministry of Trade. You need to deal with NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. You might need to get, for example, we had some of our clients that were investing millions of dollars in Nigeria, and they were unaware that the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, as part of their criteria, that if you're investing a certain amount of millions in Nigeria and creating jobs, you have a tax holiday. They didn't know that existed until we brought it to their attention, right? Some of our members, they've heard about China, maybe they've heard about Singapore, but they've not been to Indonesia before. And just to give a bit of a background context, I've listened to a lot of speakers today, and there's a lot for us to learn as individuals. So, for example, you look at Indonesia, you look at Nigeria. Indonesia has 280 million people, average. Nigeria is about 220 million people. And you begin to do the diagnostics and say, you know, there's no problem we're literally facing now that they have not gone through and surpassed. So I don't believe that you necessarily needed to reinvent the wheel. You can actually, in this case, do what I call copy and paste, right? If you look at the dynamics and the data, and you see that something has worked in a particular region or sector, right? And you can say we're both emerging markets, but clearly they've done a lot of things better than we are. So for me, Nigeria, Africa as a whole, is like that beautiful bride that really doesn't know its value or her value, right? And once you don't know your value, instead of marrying a high-value man, you end up with a organizer, right? So unfortunately, if you do not know what you have as your value, as a nation, Nigeria, as a continent, Africa, you are going to continuously keep missing the point. So for Nigeria, my take is, we want to create jobs. Let's go back to our roots. We discovered oil and we lost everything. You know, agriculture is the bedrock of sustainability for this country. We missed that point. The pyramids in the north, where are they today? So the thing is, let's come to a place where we produce what we consume, right? If there's anything you can take away from this very session today, let's go into a place where we, I repeat, produce what we consume. The minute you have food sustainability, like the speaker today said, why am I stealing railings on the bridge? It's because I'm hungry and I'm desperate, right? The minute a man has a way to take care of his basic needs, the dynamics changes, right? So if you produce what you consume, you start with food, security, and sustainability. Then at that point, you can begin to look at export opportunities, right? So that I don't take too much time, I think I'll stop there and we can take it from there.
I think what you just said resonated very much with the audience here. And what I hear you say is that the Nigerian-Indonesian Chamber of Commerce supports, its support translates into employability through the structural support you provide your members. We have a lot of business owners seated here, SMEs and leaders in the private sector who have come because they want to hear from you how they can do business with the Indonesian market. And you had stated that such opportunities are open to your members. My first question is, what do businesses have to do to, gain some kind of membership with you? And secondly is, what opportunities, where do you see opportunities where local productions out of Nigeria can be exported to Indonesia?
Thank you very much once again. Currently we're about 130 corporate memberships as members of the Nigerian-Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. A bit of a background information, the chamber has been established since 1997, and a lot of people do not know the difference between a local Chamber of Commerce and Industry and a bilateral Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So while you have Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry or Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, you also have Nigerian British, you have Nigerian American. So when you have a Chamber of Commerce and Industry handling the affairs of two countries, then it becomes a bilateral Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Now, you might be wondering, what are the opportunities between Nigeria and Indonesia? So Indonesia as a country buys no less than 2.2 billion worth of crude from Nigeria on an annual basis, right? Which is the largest export of Nigeria to Indonesia. Nigeria, on the other hand, buy electronics, they buy pharmaceutical, they buy what we call FMCGs, fast-moving consumer goods, they buy electronics from Indonesia and things of that nature. Outside of the oil, the crude, Indonesians also buy what we call commodities, agricultural commodities from Nigeria, right? But the dynamics is changing on a daily basis. So just last year, about December, the new Indonesian ambassador presented his letter of credence to our president. So that means his job became official. And then he invited me to the office in Abuja. So the Indonesian government on their own mapped up the state-owned enterprises, right? And said some of their profit is going to be kept in a sovereign wealth fund. So I'm taking it somewhere. The profit from these state-owned enterprises, not all, some, will be kept in a sovereign wealth fund totaling $1 trillion. That $1 trillion is being invested part in Indonesia for infrastructure development. Guess where the other part is going to? Africa, right? So again, for context, Nigeria is Indonesia's #1 trading partner in the African continent. So imagine there's a $1 trillion fund that the Indonesian government is willing to invest in Nigeria. The question is, what areas? Agriculture, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, oil and gas, infrastructure development. So this information that we're giving freely now is for you as entrepreneurs to ask yourself, how do I play? But there's a catch. The minimum inward investment that this fund can be deployed to is $100 million. So if you do not have a project, either in agriculture, either in renewable energy, pharmaceutical project, that is going to be capable of attracting $100 million, they're not ready to talk to you, unfortunately. So I can't say what we're doing beyond now, because it's still in the works. But those are the kind of FDIs that I want to attract to Nigeria that will create thousands of jobs in that industries. And that's how we create jobs for the continent and for Nigeria.
Thank you for that very good answer. If you're in the industries he's mentioned, this is your opportunity to shine. You know who to connect with after this session. Just to put that out there, our very beloved Indomie is actually out of Indonesia. So he mentioned FMCG. I would like in the future, I would like to see what a local product that has gained so much popularity, a local Nigerian product that has, or out of Africa that has gained so much popularity, being present in Indonesia. I hope we get there. Fingers crossed. Back to you, Ms. Madu. You mentioned infrastructural challenges that you face, and I'm following up on that. Where do you see the role of logistics and warehousing in contributing to job creation? Some of these problems or challenges you've mentioned, some of them could very much be provided as a solution by the masses, not just the government. So where do you see logistics, warehousing, and other trade opportunities contributing to job creation?
Okay. You know, when there are some sectors in businesses that is being regarded as irrelevant, or, oh, these people are not serious, they are not the main people. Now, when you look at logistics and warehousing, so if I buy a product, from Nigeria, before it will get to Kenya or Togo or even anywhere, many people must have been involved in making sure that that goods that is leaving Nigeria will get to Togo or wherever it's going to. Now you have the drivers, you have the storekeepers, you have the custom officers, but you have the controller officers. These people are all making sure that the goods get to its destination and they are all being paid. It's their job. So now when we talk about infrastructure, it's now putting system in place to make sure that system creates more job, basically. When you have a formal way of doing things, the right people, I mentioned when I was talking about people on the road, illegal, collecting money illegally from people. Those people are on their own. Things are not registered. You don't even know where they are from. But of course, you need your goods to get to somewhere, so you definitely have to pay. So if there is a formal structure, because what is happening is that a lot of shipping companies are all private owned. I'm not saying that that's wrong on its own, but I'm just saying that structures, apart from having a private-owned shipping companies, there could be like government-owned shipping companies that will put some structure to subsidize the cost of shipping. And when all these structures are laid, it automatically creates jobs. So when goods are moving from across different borders, it doesn't just create only one job, it creates many jobs. Because people handle these goods from one destination to the other.
Okay. And what I hear you say is even the people who are standing in between your shipping and charging extra money, it's also a job for them.
If it is well formal. if it is formal, I mean it's a job for them.
Okay. A follow-up question for you.
I wanted to.
Oh, please go ahead. Yes.
Okay, great. I listened to you, and I think we want to help, okay? Why I say this is because even in our chambers, we have, interestingly, the biggest designers in Nigeria as members of our chamber. I don't need to mention names, but as an entrepreneur, what I would love to see is for you to focus on your creative ability and continuously generate these great designs and literally outsource your logistics
to a verified company, because you can't be but so productive if you have to do all that creative work, and you also have to man when did the goods leave Ikeja to get to Ghana from Ghana. It's going to be very exhausting.
Okay.
So what I would recommend, and I'll share this with you once we're done, is a certified logistics firm that is also a member of the chamber, and I'm sure they will provide, because we know them, and they've provided services like this, and I think you can actually leverage on that to help ease the functions and productivity of your business. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, let me add something also. So we are not in charge of the logistics. Our duty is to make sure that we have a fantastic product. But yeah, as a manufacturer, you're indirectly involved, because the customer, you want to ensure that your customer receives the goods. So if there is any challenge along the way, the customer, yes, they will reach out to you, the logistics company, but they will also reach out to you to tell you, okay, my goods, they were supposed to be delivered to so day, and now it's not here. So yeah, as much as we like business, we don't get involved in shipping.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to you, Ms. Ifebuchi. As someone who provides advisory to SMEs, one thing I realize is market expansion is an inevitable part of growth. Today, if I wake up and I choose to expand to a market such as the US, the infrastructures are there, the tools are there. I could complete a registration today, and in the next 48 hours, have a registered business, some sort of a bank account within a week. Like, everything happens right from my couch here in Nigeria. But I can't say the same for doing business in Africa or expanding to other markets in Africa. As someone who has been shipping goods and doing business, or intra-African trade rather, what digital tools and infrastructures are out there enabling intra-African trade?
When we talk about digital tools, is as simple as WhatsApp, Facebook. When it comes to trade, Facebook, Instagram. Interestingly, apart from a lot of things that digital tools can do to, improve trade in Africa, now with digital tools, local like farmers, people living in rural communities that do not have access to the market beyond their environment can now sell their goods across the shores of the country. Can now, they have moved away from the traditional way of face-to-face businesses. Now, if I'm looking to buy something like shea butter, and I'm not looking for some vendor that must have refined the shea butter, I want to buy from the local farmer directly. I mean, I could go, if I go to Facebook, all you need to do is to search, and you are likely going to get in touch with a farmer that would you buy the goods from. Now we look at platforms that enable platforms that people use in shipping. There are different platforms, shipping platforms, that you can use to ship as little as anything to any part of the world. Just like he mentioned that we're still going to talk about it. That's digital tools that helps people do business from the comfort of their home. You can pay from your home. You can even be at home and monitor your goods and know where your product is. Interestingly, Nigeria accounts for 28% of all African fintech companies. That's like to tell you that payment, like the payment system is good enough for people to, make transactions. Before, it's usually you go to bank to use Western Union, I mean, I can't remember who uses words. People do, but yeah, but there are a lot of digital platforms you can use to make payments. When you look at Instagram, not just that these tools are there, what they also do is that it builds trust. When I say trust, if you get a vendor from Instagram, you can actually check that vendor across different social media platforms. You can vet the authenticity of that, the business owner, to know if you can do business with them. I mean, I remember in 2022, when a brand from the US reached out to us, so we made the print used for 2022 Nigerian Winter Olympic ceremony outfit. And this brand just reached out from Instagram. That was where we started our conversation. You know, there was no referral. They saw our business on Instagram and across other platforms, and they felt that, oh, they can do business with these people. And afterwards, the outfit was rated the fourth best in the world, the fourth best Olympic ceremonial outfit in 2022. So, I mean, that was the work of digital platform. Payments are made easy, shipping are made easy, trust. Now, you are doing business with people that you haven't even seen before. You might never get to see them anywhere in the world, but there is a bit of trust and that comfort that you now have to do business, get everything you want, what your country do not have. You can get it from the country that, that has the whatever you're looking for. So for digital tools, it has helped to build trust. And when there is trust, there is increase in business.
Thank you, Ms. Madu. Back to you, Mr. Balogun. I want to believe you've seen trade-driven employment creation and employment growth from other regions outside of Africa. What lessons do you think are replicable from those regions into Africa?
Thank you very much. So for context, Africa is averaging about 1.2 billion people. Trade potential is around about $2.5 trillion dollars. And, I'll say a simple, relatable case. I had mentioned during this session that some things we just need to copy and paste. So everybody talks about Africa Free Trade Area and its benefits. But I don't think we have critically identified that the essence of AFTA is job creation, ease of doing business, market access, all those things. So if you're not careful, Nigeria doing less than 10% contribution from the manufacturing sector to our GDP, that's not too good if we're going to be engaging in AFCTA. And why I say that is that if you're not producing enough to take care of your local needs, right, with or without your permission, that void will be filled. And that's why Nigeria is an import-dependent nation as we speak. And where I believe the federal government is trying to get us to go is an export-oriented one. So, for example, I cite the case of Indonesia. They started by producing what they consume. So that means local demand is met. Once that is done, the next thing is that what do we do with these excess goods and services? And then they started to export. So Indonesia set up what we call the Indonesian Trade Promotion Center, and they have offices globally. What is the primary aim or singular aim of the ITPC? Is to promote singularly Indonesian-made goods. I repeat, any country you find Indonesian Trade Promotion Center is to promote primarily and only Indonesian-made goods. So you ask yourself, we have the NEPC who are basically doing what we call non-oil export promotions. But even as at that, if your capacity is not enough for export, then it's going to defeat that purpose. So what I want to encourage Nigerians and the government is, let's continue to build our industrial base, increase manufacturing, provide infrastructural support to SMEs, entrepreneurs all around the nation. Let each local government find a product that they can identify as their area of strength, right? And give them the resources to build that up. And from there, we can meet local needs and then begin to look at exports, right? Take it from there. Thank you.
Okay. I guess we're being shooed away from the stage. I had one last rapid fire question. Okay. To summarize, we have heard from the panel, and a few things that jumped out from this conversation is, number one, infrastructural change and support, and also being able to go out there and identify opportunities as a business owner where you can register to supporting bodies such as trade institutions, associations, and I just wanted to say thank you very much to my panel for your very insightful contributions, and thank you everyone for listening. A round of applause, please, for my speakers. Do we at least have time for a group photograph?
Thank you very much. All right, please take a photograph. Quickly do this at the count of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Professor Nana, please join them. Thank you. Okay. All right. Digital tools for inter-Africa trade. You talked about Facebook and WhatsApp and IG. Yeah. And then PayPal is back in Nigeria through Paga. So, and by the way, she's a good ambassador of her work. Please put your hands together for her one more time. Take your flowers. We're moving on right to the next one. We're talking capital markets and money. We're listening to Alhaji Dr. Kwaranga earlier give a very bullish goodwill message. And the markets will remain bullish now that we have the Chief Executive Officer of the NGX. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Jude Chiemeka. And Titi Lokwe Martins Wakwe, partner at Denton Acres. Yes, there she is. Ibizimuwe Wanapere, here yet? All right, so Titi Lokwe Martins Wakwe is a partner at one of the top law firms in Nigeria, Denton Acres Law. And Mr. Chiemeka is the CEO of the NGX. And the panel will be moderated by Mariam Odabe. No, sorry. Ajayi, Atinike Ajayi from Sovereign Investment. Please put your hands together for them. Your own 19 minutes starts now. Where are you looking? Madam, you're coming here. What are you looking for? Don't worry about the person. Anybody that is not here is not here. Eh? You also want it to be complete. All right. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I must, don't worry, I'm going to call you. I'm going to call you very, very specially. Are you ready to be called? Okay. I'm calling you in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and how did I miss that? Oh, okay. Let's see what happened. I was scrolling through to the other side. Nope. I didn't get it wrong after all. I'm sorry. Please, what's the name? It's not here. Oh, I apologize. From Udo Udoma and Bello Osage, partner Onyinye Okafor. Ladies and gentlemen, Okafor is not a small name. You don't clap for an Okafor as if you are clapping for. And when somebody is a partner in a firm like Udo Udoma and Bello Osage, a firm that has produced a Minister of Economic Planning and Budget, a firm that has produced a 2-time senator, a firm that is located in the central business district of Lagos Island, a firm that operates from a high-rise building. If the person is a partner in such a firm, you should know that she earned it. She did not get there by, she's bringing her A game. She studied law, LLM, LLB, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, Onyinye Okafor. PhD, SAN. No, wait, don't climb the stage by yourself. Let me climb you up. Thank you. My apologies, very sincere. Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atinuke Shionajayi, Director, Sovereign Investments Group and Parkstone Group. And welcome to this session on supercharging the growth of Africa's capital markets, private equity, and investment flow. And I'll be essentially moderating today's... Higher. I'll try. I'll be moderating today's conversation, and shall we start? Okay. Our panelist today is Dr. CEO Jude Chiamaka of NGX, Ms. Onyinye Okafor of partner Udo Udoma Bello Sagi, Ms. Titilope Martins Wakwe, correct? And unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Ebi Wanapere of Bamboo. So I will start with very generalized questions in terms of legal regulation, trust and regulation, essentially. What would you say is the biggest trust gap holding back Africa's capital markets, and what regulatory action closes it? Legal, okay.
Okay, so in terms of the biggest issue, I think it's trust. I think that investors just don't trust the market. And what we need to do is to build up that trust. We need to boost investor confidence. I don't know if we're going to get into that later on in the session, but there are a lot of reforms that we need to, immediately try to resolve or deal with. First will be, for example, timelines. If you look at it from an investor point of view, I want to go into a market and, do what I need to do, be able to enter on time, be able to exit on time. But the thing is, with Nigeria and some other markets across Africa, entry is a big problem. When you want to enter the market, you need certain approvals or certain approvals. It is difficult sometimes to get those approvals. So investors are a lot of times they are frustrated, in coming into the market. Then, Nigeria has done well in terms of regulations, laws, frameworks. In the past 3, 4, 5 years, there's been like an avalanche of regulations. And I'm sure a lot of investors are happy about that. But the thing also is how predictable, when they come into the market, there is what is on paper, but it's different from what is in practice. I work with a lot of corporates who are trying to come into Nigeria to do business, and this is one of their major issues. Your law tells me this. In fact, they can Google the laws themselves. They already tell you what is in the law. So when you are trying to explain to them that this regulator, this and that, they're just they cannot understand it, because in their own jurisdiction, it is not possible. If it is on paper, then that is what is in practice. So I think that a lot of predictability of our legal framework is very important. Let the investor be able to know what they're coming into. How can they get out? Let them know the exit pathways. Let it be clear.
let it not be a case where we now have to go and beg somebody or sit down in somebody's office before they can get their monies out. So I have a colleague here, so I'll just stop and let her, speak to that.
Okay, I think you mentioned most of the issues, but I think that in as much as there are very enhanced regulation, I think there should also be consistency across the regulations. One thing we find is that institutions that are subject to multiple regulations usually have issues complying with all those regulations. So for instance, you see a company may be required by a particular regulator to do a particular thing, which may not be the same requirement under the other regulation. This increases costs for the investors. Another thing is, she talked about predictability. One thing about this predictability is also the fact that you're running transactions and somewhere along the line, the law changes. How do you deal with the law? It's as if there's a standstill effect. And I say this, for instance, we know that there is a new ISA, and there are transactions ongoing under this ISA. And those transactions, whilst the ISA was passed, the question would be, would we continue under the new law, or should we go back to the old law? So it's also that predictability. It's an issue. So those are some of the things. So for instance, if new laws are passed, perhaps it's easier to say, okay, let there be a transition period, or even say a transaction that has reached X stage should continue under the old law, so to make things seamless and easier for investors. Other things would be also improving our digitalization. I know Nigeria, we've done a lot of work in that aspect as well, but it will be easier that, when people can easily file things online. I mean, even what we experienced with CAC every day, I was in a transaction where we're acting for an investor, and the borrower was asked, so when do you think you can finish this filing, complete this filing? And, the way I would say the borrower was even responding, it was a problem, because I was a bit confused myself that why would it take that long? This is something that shouldn't take more than 2 days. And, what I hear is there are bottlenecks in the system, the platform is not working properly, and all of those things. So we need to also look into all of those things, efficient digitalization, efficient digital processes should also help with creating that predictability. Thank you.
So, thank you for that. I was just wondering, what exactly is stopping all these things from happening, would you say? Can you speak on this? Can you walk around it?
Sometimes the willpower, politics, I don't know. I think most times we're used to a certain way of doing things. We don't want to change. And in some instances, I wouldn't also say it's that. It's also for our politicians to understand that many things should not be revenue driven. I've been in situations, and I'll use again CAC for instance. I've been in situations where the law clearly defines, or the law clearly provides for a system, or the law says you have to do it in this way. The law is doing it because there is a process. The law expects you to follow that process in order to protect investors. Now, and again, you're also trying to protect third parties that are not part of the initial system or the initial transaction, that are not aware of it. So there are ways you do this. If you think about it logically, this is the appropriate thing to do. But what you find is, because most of our agencies are revenue driven, sometimes they need to raise the revenue to take care of their costs. All they are thinking about is cost, cost, cost. What does that translate to? that translates to making transactions very expensive. I was part of the subcommittee that worked on some of the aspects of the Companies and Allied Matters Act. There were certain technical parts of the act that they called me in to advise on at the time. And some of the issues we actually looked at were finding ways to reduce costs. And, of course, it has to go through various reviews. By the time the law came out, guess what? Some of the costs we removed there, we made sure that they were not there, found themselves back into the law that was essentially passed. So, political willpower is part of it. We need to look at what are we trying to address, what are we trying to resolve, and not always thinking about revenue.
Yeah. Do you want me to add to that? Okay. Honestly, the problem I would say is, it's sad to say, but it's an African way. I think we're used, like you said, we're used to doing things, and we've been doing that for so long without any repercussions. But now I think we can see clearly, the trajectory if we keep doing this. And I think that the government is beginning to understand as well. And there's so many reforms right now that are trying to change that. It's going to be slow, to be honest. I'm not expecting any miracles. This particular regulator she's talked about is a bone in my neck. But we continue to, we have to work with them, and we continue to engage them and hope that somehow, we'll get there.
Okay, so in terms of reform, how has the new tax reform, how do you feel this is going to impact your work, essentially?
Do you want me to take it? Okay. I am not a tax lawyer, but I can tell you, this tax reform, globally, it's good. When we talk about some of the tax laws themselves, when you compare it with global standard, it shouldn't be something that is off. It's something that, still aligns with global standard. But again, some of the things that we need to do more is also to educate people on these reforms. So, even I am educated, I'm not a tax lawyer, but some of the things I've heard about these tax reforms, for instance, they say to you, if you want to send money to somebody, you must describe it this particular way or they will tax you. And I wonder, is that really true? Must you get down to those nitty-gritty? And I'm somebody that should know. So I think that education is key. Educating people on what is required. Again, like I said, which I think is also what this tax law tried to bridge. It also tried to sort of bridge all these multiple tax regimes where there's stamp duties, there is this one, there is that one. It also tried to sort of streamline them, bring them into one so there wouldn't be those things. I think that we should also look at our country. And in trying to also align with global standards, we should also look at where we're coming from. Where we're coming from, how does this benefit us? Someone says, our tax is low. But a friend argued, our tax is not low. Because when you travel abroad, they pay high tax. But you can see your tax working for you. You can actually see your tax, you can see the road, you have access to electricity, you have access to water, you have access to everything. Now, we pay, they say limited tax. You still pay your tax. And then, what do you have? My road is bad. You see community coming together, residents trying to build the road. That is part of the tax. That is what I have paid for. You see multiple, boreholes all across everywhere. No, sterilization of the water. I am paying all of those things. Tomorrow, the water people, the ESG, would come and tell you that, the way water is affected, the way all those impact on even clean water, generally in Nigeria is not helping us. And so you pay your tax, you still have to do all of these things. By the time you add up all of these things, what do you see? Your tax is way higher. So we need to, our government needs to be accountable. It's not so much about paying tax, but putting our tax into the infrastructure that those tax needs to be put into. That's number one. And number two, also educating, people about what tax is about. And I think in that way, the tax reform may start to look efficient. Right now, we just have the laws, but it's not about having laws. It's about implementing the laws.
Thank you. Mr. Chiamaka, in terms of like ESG transparency and market-making programs, how do you feel these would work in terms of bringing in FPI and FDI into Nigeria per se?
All right, thank you. Let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting the NGS to be part of this conversation. What we have seen is that obviously ESG is moving away from what it was before. It's becoming now like the main focus for a lot of the investors, especially institutional investors. And so that then becomes the basis for the engagement most times. As a platform provider, what we try to do is to mobilize savings to corporates that will need those savings to create jobs, grow the economy, and at the same time also grow wealth for the investors who have those savings. And so investors are the ones actually pushing for it. And what we have also seen is that corporate companies that have the highest level of corporate governance, that have clear roadmap around their ESG programs, their sustainability disclosure, they're demanding more or less for it now in their annual reports. Those companies that tend to have all these things clearly defined and well laid out tend to get the bulk of the liquidity from these investors who are now beginning to think around sustainability as an investment guideline as opposed to just investing for short-term gains. So that's basically the way it works. So the NGX will help from the regulatory angle to encourage companies to have those sort of focus to be able to attract investors. But more importantly, even the companies themselves, some are beginning to adopt that strategy as well. We do know that ultimately it will become part of their rules. By 2028, all the companies will be forced to adopt that as a standard mode of operating. But ahead of that, some companies are beginning to even adopt those standards before that time. That just shows the willingness for those companies to be able to show that determination, not just to talk, but also to walk the talk that they do. What we have also seen is that international investors that come into the market typically gravitate towards those sort of companies. For instance, last year we traded in the region of 6 trillion naira in our equity secondary market, and 22% of that were done by international investors. Still a very heavy domestic market, but if one were to look at what the figure was in 2023 in terms of international participation, it was 4%, right? By 2024, it was 11%. And 2025, having a figure of 22%, it's just because of all these many reforms that have been going on in the economy, and that continues to be the basis for engagement. So it's going to be by regulation. First, companies recognizing that they are better off by having that principle embedded in their own strategy to be able to attract capital, to scale, and meet all their funding needs. Thank you.
Thank you. You've discussed to introduce more futures contracts to deepen liquidity and allowing hedge. How do you see derivatives driving participation from institutional and retail investors?
All right, thank you. Derivatives in the context of Africa, it's an instrument that has struggled to find liquidity and adoption across markets, not just in Nigeria. Markets that I think that have adopted it fast are markets that have FX derivatives, like we see in South Africa, probably South Korea. So those sort of markets. And you can understand the reason why the volatility of the local currency is de-risked by those instruments. Now, away from that, trying to understand the index features themselves and how they work, a lot of the local investors are not even trackers of the index in the first place. So you can only de-risk what is risky. So that has posed a lot of challenge in terms of creating liquidity for derivatives product. And we're quite mindful of that. And that's why we think that the next phase is to move to single stock features, because you do have a lot of retail investors that invest in single stocks. So derivatives are instruments that investors can invest in to hedge, whether they are more like to hedge their reason for investing. So if you're buying a stock like GTB, for instance, you're buying it because you believe it's going to go up, right? So that you're buying it at 10 naira because you think it's going to go to 20 naira. What about if it doesn't go to 20 naira? If it goes to 5 naira, what then happens to you? So you buy an instrument like derivatives, right, that would allow you to manage your risk. So if you bought at 10, hoping to go to 20 and it goes to 5, you have bought the derivatives of it in the opposite direction. Then it reduces your risk and it reduces your exposure to the market. So there's a lot of investor education that we have done and will continue to do, because the local investors need to really understand the benefits of derivatives, how it works, and why they should have it. Sometimes you do not have to commit all your capital to a particular view that you have. If you're thinking that GT is going to go up to 20 naira, it's 10 naira today, it's going to go up to 20 naira, you will literally have to buy the shares. But with derivatives, you don't have to buy all that capital, right? Committing it to one shares, you can just buy the contracts and you spend less, but you still enjoy the benefit of your conviction. So those are the beauty that we see that derivatives will do for the retail investors. For institutional investors, there've been a lot of back and forth. First of all, do they have the legal backing to participate in derivatives market? For instance, the pension funds, can they? So all that has now been sorted out in the new ISA, which clearly states that they can participate in derivatives. So, and I think for them is really the options that will really be really fundamental to the sort of risk that they carry. And we'll be looking to do all of that in terms of our product development to ensure that the institutional investors can utilize this instrument, not just for the equities, but also interest rate derivatives, fixed income derivatives, and more importantly, commodity derivatives across different asset classes. Because at the NGX, well, we are a multi-asset exchange, not just a stock exchange. So we deal across different asset classes. So we'll create products around those asset classes to be able to address the interests of the investors that utilize our platform. Currently, we have a significant amount of retail investors, close to 1.8 million retail active investors are investing in the market. And we believe that a product like derivative is really useful if we are going back in time to what happened post the banking consolidation that happened in 2005 and led to 2008 financial crisis. So an instrument like derivatives will really help retail investors to manage their risk. The market has traded up significantly, so we're now in the region of $71 billion in terms of market cap. Now, the risk of that is if you're buying into a market that you perceive to be so highly priced, then if the market goes into a bear market, then you're left without any control. But with instruments like derivatives, that will really help retail investors. Like we saw in 2008 during the financial crisis, a lot of investors lost huge money. Some were like, I will never invest in stocks anymore. I will just keep the stocks for my kids. But the truth is, if they had the instruments, then the risk could have been better managed, because the market will continue to be volatile. It's not a steady market. That's why it's a market. You just need to have the right set of tools to be able to manage your risk and continue to grow your wealth.
Thank you. In terms of tech and AI, how do we get more tech companies and more deep tech and AI companies to list in the NGX? And what are the issues constraining them?
That's a very good question. We do have a tech board at the NGX that is dedicated to tech companies for obvious reasons, because for companies to list on the NGX, there's a listing requirement that they have to meet. One of those listing requirements is around their profitability, apart from the free float. There's also the concept of making sure that post-listing requirements, disclosures, reporting, and all those sort of requirements are properly understood by the companies before they even list, because you do see some companies that list and they're not obeying or living up to their responsibilities and obligations. Then they end up getting delisted, because investors will only trade companies that are really transparent and disclosing all that they're required to disclose. And if you, as a listed entity, you're not making your financials available to investors over a protracted period of time, they're just trading on your shares in the dark, not knowing the financial status of the company they're trading on. So we think that the challenge for tech companies largely has been the way the tech companies are being funded and basically what they need. A lot of them are dollar financed by the private equity community. And so they're not really looking to raise capital in Naira. And so that has been a major setback for the tech companies, and you have seen it. A lot of the tech companies have gone abroad to raise capital because they're trying to raise dollars for the many things that they need capital for, and also to de-risk the volatility of our exchange. That will continue to be an issue, not just for Nigeria, but for frontier and emerging markets. So what we have done is to create that board that will then allow the companies to also raise Naira, because there will always be a Naira component to their working capital. So should they decide to raise Naira to augment our working capital, they have a board that can be utilized to raise that capital, because they cannot be looked at like the all other companies where profitability is key. For a tech company, they may not even post profit for 10 years, right? Because that's the way they are configured. So the investors need to understand that. For many years, companies that we hear of today, Microsoft and the rest, didn't even pay dividend because they were applying the money back into their operations. But today, they are paying out the dividend because they don't see growth in the horizon. So we think that for tech companies, as an operating exchange, we do have a base for them to operate. We also think that the investors themselves are supposed to be qualified investors, because not all investors have that understanding. You just assume that once the company is listed on an exchange, you want your dividend paid, you want bonus issues, you want the share capital, the share price to move. Those are the expectations of investors, but that has to change from a tech perspective, because it's not the way the company is configured. So all of that takes a bit of investor education, which we are doing, both for the companies as well as for retail investors and institutional investors, to just understand the nuances around these companies before they can then be in a position to raise capital. But to be honest, there's a lot of private equity activity going on, and that's how they've been funded. And one of the things the private equity will do is largely to provide capital and discourage the companies from democratizing that opportunity, right? Which is what has changed. So there's always that conflict between the exchange and the private equity community. But the truth is that ultimately, the private equity community will also need the exchange to exit at the appropriate time, because they are now at their early stage of growth. The exchange is not their friend. But we believe that as they become more mature to exit those investments, they will then need the capital market to sell to the large population of the country.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. And I do agree with a lot of things that you said. But one thing I also wanted to mention was that I work with a lot of tech bros and tech CCs, if I can say that. And a lot of them are very governance averse. They don't want, and that's why there aren't a lot of them on the NGX, because they don't want to put themselves out there. A lot of them are afraid of weaponization of their disclosures or the information that they have. So I also think that from the NGX's point of view, and I understand that you have a board for them, but I would also say that probably consider the entry requirements for companies like that, and also even reporting requirements. A lot of tech bros and tech CCs that I talk to, they're worried. Every quarter I'm reporting something, biannually I'm reporting something. They're really worried and they don't want to have to do that. So if there's a way that they can ramp up reporting, so you come in at a certain level, report a few things, and then as you go along, you keep reporting as you go, I think that would also be beneficial for them. But like you've also said, a lot of them prefer PE sort of funding and all that, but I think that the NGX should also sort of, support them in a way that they can come on board.
Thank you. In terms of investor protection frameworks, these are considered weak. African markets considered weak. From a legal perspective, what changes would you prioritize to enhance legal certainty and enforcement? Any?
Okay, so okay, so investors, like I said at the beginning, investors want to trust the market. Investors want to believe that when I come into this market, I'm protected. And a lot of the issues that we see in Africa and why investors are not very comfortable is because, like I said, they don't trust the market. So some of the things that I believe that we should be able to do for investors, one issue that I've seen in dealing with foreign investors is their exits. They're not very clear on how to exit the market. I have a client currently who is trying to exit from Nigeria and from Kenya. And of course, the laws are totally different. And he's having to talk to us and talking to our Kenya counterparts as well. And they're spending a lot of money. They're unclear. They're asking us for calls all the time, meetings all the time, because they need clarification. So I think that how we can support or protect them is to make it clear what kind of exit pathways are available for them. The ISA has helped, but it has also confused them further, because there's also the issue of withholding tax. If I want to repatriate, are there any tax implications? All of that has made it more difficult challenging for them. So we need to protect them in that way. A lot of clarity, a lot of engagement with them to be able to tell them this is how to exit if you want to exit. And then in the area of disputes as well, we know that with deals and funding, there would always be disputes. Nobody plans it, but sometimes it happens. And investors want to know how disputes will be resolved. How can I get out of this situation? Unfortunately, in Nigeria and in some parts of Africa, our judicial system hasn't helped to resolve those disputes very quickly. We need to consider things like specialized commercial courts where investors can go and get their disputes, resolved immediately, as soon as possible, and even enforcement beyond just getting a judgment. If I get a judgment from this court, am I able to enforce it? And then across Africa, if I get a judgment in Nigeria, am I able to also, across borders, am I able to resolve my disputes? Am I able to enforce my judgment? So those are some of the ways that I believe that we can protect investors.
Would you like to add?
Just to add to what she has said, it's also good, we're always talking about Africa, do we make things better in Africa? But then, as she mentioned, you're looking to repatriate, you're looking at the rules, you're looking at the laws, completely different across Africa. So it will be good if African countries come together to harmonize There are rules because we're talking about investors that want to come to invest in Africa. You don't want to come to invest in Nigeria, and then at the end of the day, it's completely different rule elsewhere. So, for instance, if you're a foreign fund, because we do get questions on all of this on frequent basis. A fund that's already a fund registered in another country, you want to be able to set up a fund here. You are required to register again. I mean, look at the EU, they have the passport model where once you're registered in a particular European country, you just passport it forward to the other country. So these are some of the things we have to do in Africa in order to help. In terms of even investors trying to leave, the country, we have to think about how our FX regulation addresses some of these issues. In the past, and I must give kudos to the CBN. They've tried tremendously in the last 2 years, 1 year, in trying to resolve some of our FX issues. But you see, most of the issues that we have in relation to FX, because a foreign investor comes to Nigeria to invest, the first thing the investor wants to know is, how do I take my capital out if I want to leave this country? Is there exchange control in Nigeria? How do we do it? Of course, in the last couple of years, it's been quite difficult, and the exchange, the valuation of naira has not helped anybody. And what we saw in the last couple of years were investors that come, and at the point where they plan to leave the country, you find that because naira has devalued so much, no matter the kind of profit you make in naira, you're going to make a loss. So, and that's it. But the good thing is that the CBN has tried to stabilize the FX market, and so it's easier for an investor that wants to leave to know that, okay, the law actually says what it says. I mean, like I said, it's not always about passing the law. We have laws. We have good laws. I always worry sometimes. I mean, things are better. When I started practicing in the past, what I usually worry about is the synergy of these laws. Sometimes you're not practicing in a particular area because you're not grounded in that area and you're looking to retain laws. I'm sorry for you. You will make a mistake when you're advising people. And so what we should try to do is not only about issuing laws, issuing regulations, but also enforcement, also implementation. How do we implement these laws in order to make it work effectively in Nigeria? Okay.
There's been a lot of work around the capital markets integrating the continent. So we have the ASEA, which is African Securities Exchanges Association, that integrates all the capital markets, over 25 capital markets in Africa, which means as an investor in Nigeria, you can buy shares in Mozambique, Stock Exchange, Casablanca, Egypt, in a seamless manner, funded by a trading platform by the African Development Bank. On the regional side, there's also integration, not just transaction, but also in the issuance. So a company in Nigeria can actually raise money across West Africa, and all the banks that were raising money, you can actually raise. So it's one jurisdiction law that transcends across West Africa. So you can raise, once it's approved by the SEC Nigeria, you can also raise capital from BRUVM, Ghana, seamlessly. So obviously, if we continue to get better, but I think the whole philosophy is really to integrate the markets, utilizing a capital market too. So the base law will just be the capital market laws that will operate seamlessly across different geographies within the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Please, as usual, step forward, close the gap for a group photograph. Is Dr. Kitty around? You can please join them for a group photograph. must ask that you put your hands together, especially for the lawyers. Once upon a time, lawyers would have been in only black and white, but now we're seeing lawyers in multicolors. And they've broken down the rigid walls. Lawyer in Ashoke, combat trouser.